Thank you. Oh my goodness. That is far too loud. Okay. Let's 1, 2, 1, 2. And let's just check the Slido poll, which is the question, which city are you joining us from? And then we check the second one, which is, have you ever worked in another European country? Okay. Yes, hello, okay. So this is Claire Doul, and welcome to everybody joining us online. Welcome to those of you here in Brussels. How do we encourage more architects to work internationally? That's the focus of this conference today, which is being organized by the Architects Council of Europe and co-funded by the EU's Creative Europe program. Okay. 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 Okay, so if we, let's just see where everybody is coming from. If I could see the Slido poll, le sondage de Slido avec la première question. No, I just got the title of the conference. There we are. Okay, so I'm not seeing it on this slide. I'm not seeing it on this monitor. I'm seeing it here. But that's, I mean, if that's the way it is, that's the way it is. Okay. Okay. And thank you for putting the clock. That's very helpful. Okay. So that's what they'll do, and we'll see the results. And we've got then the second one, who has worked abroad. Yes? Okay. Could we also just double check that we've got the video of Roberta Metsola? Est-ce qu'on peut vérifier qu'on a le vidéo de Roberta, que ça marche? Ok. Ok, parfait. Ok. Okay. Do you want to just play it to just check that there's sound on it?
Friends, over the past 3 years,
there's
the
no
new
sound
European
at the
Bauhaus
moment.
initiative has come to form an integral part of the European Green
It's
Deal
very, very
and
low.
has helped foster an active and growing community of creators from all
Perfect.
European Union member states and beyond. The movement has brought together people from the arts and culture to educators and innovators from local and
Okay. Good. So, Julie, when it says 9 o'clock, can we just make sure that Nicholas, Ruth, and Elizabeth and Tobias are in the room, because we'll begin. Yeah, so we need Nicholas, we need yeah, they can come in. Elizabeth Portsampark and Tobias. Yeah. Ruth, Julie, will you... Julie, will you give me a sign when I start? Because otherwise, that light is really powerful. I mean, if they can dim it, because that is going to blind us. Can we just check with Lucas, because we do need Nicholas in the room, Hirsch and Elizabeth, and Ruth is already, or was here. Okay. Julie, on my mobile phone, if there's an emergency in the WhatsApp group, give us instructions. But yeah, we really need the people in the room now. Yeah. Because it's 9. Okay, I'm going to start. If Elizabeth comes late, I start with Tobias. Welcome to everybody who's joining us online, and welcome to all of you here in Brussels. How do we encourage more European architects to work abroad or internationally? That's the theme of this conference that's organised by the Architects Council of Europe and co-funded by the EU's Creative Europe programme. We're also going to be looking at the internationalisation of the profession and the common values that unite architects around the world. My name is Claire Doul and I'm your moderator. We have some really fascinating speakers and my job is to keep them to time and the day on track. A few housekeeping points. I hope that you've managed to get onto the Wi-Fi. The password is "How can I help you?" all lowercase with no question mark. So if you've got any technical issues, please contact Julie, who's at the back with the technical team. We have interpretation throughout the day in English and French, and there are headsets if you need them. Also, let me tell you that we would really like you to use social media, send pictures, send comments, and we would like you to use X at ACE_CAE or the hashtag #ExportArchie. Very easy to remember. We're going to be using Slido for a couple of polls, and you can see that that's the hashtag 1234. Again, very easy. For our online audience, please put your questions in the chat, and Gloria here will be filtering those, and when there's time for audience questions, we'll be taking those. For everybody here in the room, there'll be a microphone that goes round, so just raise your hand. So, I think it's very fitting that this conference is taking place in the SIVA, which is a meeting place for all of those who love architecture. And it's my pleasure to introduce our host, Nicholas Hirsch, a German award-winning architect. There's going to be many award-winning architects that you are going to hear about throughout the day. Nicholas has worked internationally, notably in India, France, and Switzerland. And he's not only an architect, but he's an author, editor, educator, curator, and the artistic director of the SIVA. So Nicholas, please welcome, and we'd very much like to hear your opening few words.
Many thanks, and I really have to say it's a great pleasure to have the Architects Council Europe with us today and hosting this event at SIVA. It's a great pleasure for me, especially. I'm probably one of the few architects actually at this institution. So it feels as what you will debate today is also very close to myself, because what I'm actually doing here at SIVA, which is a kind of architecture museum, is to somehow debate and question architecture in a way like you do, from the perspective of the Architects Council Europe and the Order of Architects and other organizations, but rather through exhibitions, through debates, lectures, talks, etc. And it's a practice which I think is crucial to raise awareness of what architecture can do and also what the problems are for architecture, because I think we really have to question many parameters of our work, of our role in society, mainly in the context of climate crisis, of political tensions, of economic challenges. So it's somehow a fantastic, really exciting time to rethink how we are going to work and how to redefine in a way what our role is in society and what actually we can do. Because sometimes I tend to think that our role is diminishing, and many architects today question a bit what they can do in this kind of very rapidly changing world. Just to give you an example, our last exhibition was called Power. It was an exhibition on energy, on the questions of climate crisis for architects. But it also played very much with the double meaning of the word power. So it's certainly energy. On the other hand, it's a political power that's at stake. And it also foregrounds maybe a question which is somehow, to me, as an architect, very important. I was raised at university, certainly with a fascination of architecture as a creative practice, where you was this fantastic situation. You could somehow reinvent the world on a blank sheet of paper, yeah, a kind of tabula rasa situation. Whereas today, I think we are dealing much more with the existing. We are shifting away a bit from fetishization of the object to a much more systemic view of what the role of architecture might be today. And I think this changes everything. It also changes curricula at universities. I've been teaching a lot at universities. So this is really exciting, I think, to redefine what this work as an architect might be in the future. And this is also where I see what organizations like yours are relevant and important. I tend to think, I have to be totally honest, that this is the most boring thing on earth, to deal with lobbyism, with regulations, etc. This was, when I studied architecture, this was probably more like what we didn't want to do. And this was almost like an enemy you had to work against. Whereas today, I tend to think, like many of my colleagues, that actually this is a creative job, what you are doing. And I think in that respect, I wish you a great debate to somehow help us redefining what our role might be in the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nicholas. And indeed, many challenges in the world, many challenges for architects. But as we'll see today and hopefully be inspired, there's a lot of creativity. As I said, the conference is organized by the Architects Council of Europe, and I'm delighted to ask the President, Ruth Schegemann, to say a few opening words.
Yes, good morning. Good morning, Claire. Good morning, Niklaus. Good morning, dear ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues here in the room, but also online. Many thanks to the artistic director, Nikolaus, for hosting us here in this inspiring surroundings. You already mentioned it's about innovation, it's about creativity, and I think that's the essence of our profession, I would say. And so I'm really delighted that we have the opportunity to discuss the topics today here in SIVA. I'm also delighted to have the support as a co-funding partner, Creative Europe program. With this money, this conference is made possible. The Architects Council of Europe has been an active partner of the new European Bauhaus, and we therefore really are honored to be selected with this conference as a satellite event of the new European Bauhaus. And Nicholas already mentioned it, we are in the midst of a big transformation process. And this transformation process is not only connected to Europe, the challenges we are facing are global. The shape of our cities and rural areas is a reflection of our society, of our values, and our responsibility also towards the people and towards the nature. And it's time to act. This is what we are advocating for also in the European election period. And it is time to act because we must change the way we are living in our environment, how it is designed, how it is built, how it's maintained, how it is renovated, managed, and regulated. And we need to adopt an attitude that favors the common good and the quality of life and puts people and nature at the core of all spatial and urban developments. On our mission to achieve a high quality of living environment and architecture for all of us. Today, I'm really looking forward, and Claire, you already mentioned it. We are going to hear from nominated architects, award-winning architects who have worked abroad, they have faced challenges, and we are really, I'm personally really looking forward to which solutions they have developed. Today, we also want to put in perspective the international work of European architects. And today, we want to discuss together the relevance of the values in the new European Bauhaus for architects, not only in Europe, but around the world. So today, it's about a more beautiful, a more sustainable and a more inclusive environment for all of us. Looking forward to the discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ruth. And indeed, we're going to be digging deeper into those values later on. As Ruth said, this is funded by the EU's Creative Europe programme. We're going to hear from them later in the day. We're also going to hear from Commission representatives from DG Grow and DG Trade. But now let's hear from the President of the European Parliament, Roberta Metsola, who's recorded this video message for us.
Friends, over the past 3 years, the new European Bauhaus initiative has come to form an integral part of the European Green Deal and has helped foster an active and growing community of creators from all European Union member states and beyond. The movement has brought together people from the arts and culture to educators and innovators, from local and regional authorities to businesses and citizens. And I'm glad that in supporting the new European Bauhaus initiative, as well as the Davos Baukultur, the Architects' Council of Europe sees the merit in preparing European architects to meet the challenges and opportunities of a changing world. The exportation of EU high-quality services is key for the future of the European bloc's economic growth and its standing in the global economy. This is why the growing internationalization of European architectural practices is relevant in our drive for a more sustainable future. I am glad that architects across Europe are at the forefront in terms of expertise in combating the effects of climate change and hence playing an unprecedented political role. Architects professionals share a common drive to improve their processes. They share common values, and the European Parliament is committed to accompanying you on that path. The recently adopted Energy Performance of Buildings Directive will help the EU building sector meet climate neutrality by 2050. It also aims to promote the sharing of the best European practices and information on building energy performances in order to improve them. With globalisation and technological progress, architectural firms now have greater opportunities to collaborate and work on projects across the European Union and beyond. Many will tell you of how expanding horizons has borne fruit. There is every reason to believe that further internationalization of the profession will pay off for businesses, for people, and for the protection of the environment. That is why you are here today, to learn from one another, to assess how building sector professionals can get the optimal support to set the highest of standards in the industry. And in that endeavour, be assured that the European Parliament will continue to be on your side. Thank you.
So we'd very much like our online audience and also everybody
Dear
here
friends,
in
over the past
SIVA.
3 years, the new European
We would very much like to ask you a very simple question. So if you go online and put slido.com and then this password, #1234, we're going to ask you a few poll questions throughout the day. And the first one is really the easiest. And the question is, which city, perhaps it's not a city, perhaps it's a village, are you joining us from? Thank you. And I think there's going to be no surprises that Brussels is very dominant there, but very interesting that from our online audience, we've got people as far away as Lithuania, Pristina in Kosovo, and Arvod. Now, I don't know where that is, but I'm sure somebody can tell me. But Worms, so we've got Germany, and we've got Paris and Netherlands. And thank you for the Lithuania prompt. So that's good that we've also got Bratislava, Krakow, Poland, Belgrade, truly, truly Cork Island, truly, truly you're European. Spain, quite Timișoara, Romania, There we are. This is a check of my understanding of European cities here. So excellent. This is fantastic. Also Cyprus, Nicosia, that we've got so many of you joining us. That was the simple question. The next question is, we would like to know how many of you have actually worked internationally or exported your services internationally. You may know, and we're going to be talking about this quite a lot during the day, that ACE has done this sector study. And it shows that only 5% of European architects work in another European country. It's even lower beyond Europe. So what's the case with you, online and in person? Do you already export your services in Europe? Today we're going to be looking at the benefits of that, some of the concerns, and we'll check back with you at the end of the day to see whether you feel like joining that 5% and the benefits of working abroad. So very simple, yes or no. And we can see that the yes is doing very, very well. I suppose we would think that people who are attending a conference on internationalisation have interest, at least, in the subject and want to know more. And that's certainly what we're going to be doing today. So thank you, everyone, for participating in that Slido poll. Thank you. We are going to start by hearing from two very, very well-known architectural practices. One is based in Paris and is known as the 2P, Architects and Associates, the 2P, Architectes et Associés, and also of GMP, Tobias Kale. I just wanted to check whether Elizabeth is in the room. Super. Thank you, Elizabeth. It's the light that's here is very difficult to see anyone, and especially when you raise your hand. So let me tell you a little bit about Elizabeth de Portzamparc, the founder. The P, interestingly, stands for her and also her husband, Christian Portzamparc, another award-winning architect. So they are the 2Ps, and they've recently merged their agency. Elizabeth is an architect and a sociologist, and it's a multidisciplinary team that she and her husband have gathered around her, not only of architects and planners, but also sociologists and anthropologists. And they say, however, that they're still a small and medium-sized enterprise. So, Elizabeth, thank you very much for joining us from Paris. Please come onto stage, because Elizabeth has worked abroad, not only in France, and she's going to show us some of the projects that she's and her team have worked on in China. So if you would like to go to the lectern, we are all ears. Thank you very much.
So I try to. I don't have the thing to.
The clicker is making its way.
Okay,
there.
thank you. Yes. Yes. Before speaking about exploitation for architecture, I think it's very interesting to speak about this theme in a symposium. Oh, yes. Oh, I forgot. Before speaking about the subject, exploitation of architecture, I would like to speak about the relationship between the new Bauhaus and the exploitation that we are living now. In the beginning of the 20th century, as we know, architecture became totally disconnected from its context, from the climate and from way of living of people. And I try, I'm convinced that you are living now a tremendous changing, tremendous revolution, mutation. And I'm writing a book since I started more than 10 years before, 10 years ago, about the these mutations that we're living. I made a conference with the title was the revival of our of architecture and of our civilization, and the idea to build in France or in other countries now in this period was in a new way more adapted to the context, was a real challenge because our industries are totally involved in modern process of building, totally disconnected of the climate. And we are living a period of ecological transition, and I defined some principles to guide my own conception, and it becomes a process, my team process. And I defined some principles to be to try to use local materials, to try to make very economic shapes, and to use a few materials in order to do economic projects, because with the cost, reduction the cost of the projects, we can imagine new kind of spaces, new kind of constructions, new kind of different things that you need, because we need to invention. So in the Bauhaus, I think the parallel between Bauhaus and what we are living is very important, because Bauhaus was created in the beginning to propose a new kind of conception, very artisanal, art-craft way to conceive things in opposition with industry. And we are living the same kind of thing. Now you have to introduce new ways, new ideas to conceive projects in order to change our industries that are totally involved with old process of to build. And now we are trying, if you try to suit some new principles, architectural principles, we can have directions and try little by little to bring to industry new ideas, new ways to build, and so that's why I try to do in my office. But I show three kinds of examples in China, very different, in a very big town as Shanghai, in a very small town is in Fengxiang, in north of China, and in forest, a very old forest in the south of China. So we have three kinds of context. Here, I was. It is the science hall of Shanghai that opened last year, and of course, it was not a question to change in industrial process of building. It's a very, very big project with 120,000 square meters. And I try to propose new kind of space, new ways to live, to connect people, space for conviviality. And to bring nature in this part of town that is very mineral. So I created a park, 20,000 square meters park, green park, but with many small buildings. You see the round one, on the top in order to have, to propose also not only a paysagistic way to live, a green park, but a park that you can use to do many things with attractions. So you are climbing from the town, from the ground floor. You are climbing very easy way, and you find a small kiosk, small buildings where we can put coffees and restaurants or make exhibitions, events, and that it is very used for now. The photo was in the beginning, but now the trees are growing. You have even grapes. It's very interesting. Very interesting space, green space, and very useful with many. Here you have a hall. Here another hall. We have two halls, and all those small buildings that you can find. And in the ground floor, you have a huge square, covered square, where we can do events. Here it was a school that was doing something with the teacher, and it is a space of 10,000 square meters linked to the street, and it is a covered space that the building offers to the city. So the idea is to use architecture to propose new way of life, new space for conviviality, and green space to reconnect nature and architecture. And for the materials, I only use ceramic, steel that can be reused, but the structure is also in steel. But it is a very traditional way, modern way to build. Here, it is a museum, an archaeological museum in the north of China, in Fengxiang. And near the museum, we have two small villages, traditional villages, and on the building, I'm using the building is continuing the green space, the surrounding green space, and it becomes also some. It offers some points of view very interesting for the site. And in the project, I use local materials, artisanal materials, in the facade and on the roof, and the artcraft pre-existing on those villages will be used on this building, and the architecture will be the occasion to develop, to provoke an economic development of all those areas. And so I use the occasion to do an archaeological museum to provoke an economic development. And the last one, it is a touristic development in a very old forest, and I thought it as a real manifesto for the protection of the nature, because I'm using the trees as the old trees as a structure. I'm using only local materials as stone and wood, and also ceramic, and the shapes evokes a little bit the shapes of the traditional village surrounding this area, and I can't show everything, but you have many kind of constructions, but all them totally integrated in the nature with local materials. So in each kind of context, each kind of scale, I'm trying to use methods very different, adapted to the place.
Thank you, Elizabeth, very much. Please do take a seat. And a round of applause. We can see how important sustainability is. Thank you very, very much. I would now like to introduce our other award-winning architect, Tobias Kale, an associate partner at Architects von Gerken, Marg and Partners in Berlin. Please come and take a seat next to me, Tobias. GMP, I expect many of you know, it's one of the top 10 architectural practices in the world, with more than 500 employees from more than 50 countries. And it's worked on more than 500 projects and won more than 400 awards. So some very impressive statistics there. Elizabeth, if you sit there, and I'll give you a microphone, and Tobias, if you sit next to me, we're going to do an illustrated conversation here with Tobias. You can see some details there of this practice and how big it is. We're going to find out about two projects of the many projects that GMP has created abroad. And we're going to start with Nairobi and this massive building, which is an office block. And there's also the JW Marriott Hotel and a shopping complex, Tobias. So how did you adapt all of this to local conditions?
In addition, we have 4 residential towers.
Oh, wow.
Working in Nairobi was a new experience for us, and everything should start with a visit on site. And the first impression that we got from the site visit was that Nairobi has serious issues in terms of security. There is a severe terroristic activity in the area. There is a huge gap in terms of poverty and in society. So the natural reaction is that most developers, most new properties, they build up huge walls. And so the city is a space without common space. You have roads and spaces in between, but never a shared space as we know it from European cities, for example. So that was one of the first things that we noticed and that we wanted to do different. Of course, we had to incorporate all these topics of security. I'll just keep skipping. But instead of having many small little castles, we wanted to have an invisible fence that it does not show the barrier, but of course the barrier had to exist as we're dealing with an office towers for highly ranked international companies and a JW Marriott that is ready to host any president of the world. But we wanted to make at least the spaces in between within this complex as transparent and as shifting as possible to create this space in between.
Mm-hmm. And as you say, it was for an international office space, JW Marriott, very international. How international was the team that worked on this?
The team, again, was very, very international. We were brought there by a Chinese developer, and of course we worked with quite a lot of Chinese engineers due to the connection of the developer to the region. And then it was us as an international office, but also many consultants from the UK, from South Africa. For Marriott, we had to work with Marriott that is represented in Dubai. There was an interior designer from New York City. So we were basically scattered all around the world, different languages, different cultural backgrounds, different time zones. So I don't think I've ever worked on anything more international than this one.
Yeah, sounds very United Nations there. We heard from Elizabeth about her importance of working with local materials. Sustainability is really at the heart of what many architects are doing now. How major role did sustainability play in the GTC Nairobi project?
Sustainability is incorporated in every single one of our projects. You don't always see it. You created the term discrete sustainability, which I tend to adapt already. But we always try to reduce to the max. See what is really necessary. And Nairobi is a very, very mild climate, ranging between 24 to, in the worst case, 19 degrees centigrade. So you don't need much climatization as we would do in China. And of course, the first impulse from all the international engineers that we were working with was bring in mechanical engineering. And we said, no, let's keep things as simple as possible to also, again, adapt to the local conditions. Let's use self-shading facades. As you see it here, the office tower has these extruded fins, while the hotel, where it's all about views, is then on the exterior. But within these gaps or the fins, there are openings for natural ventilation. So we don't have mechanical cooling. And everything is integrated into this facade. And even though it is 184 meter high office tower, highest office floors in East Africa, you can just do natural ventilation by screened windows, so that the big winds on the facade and all the other impacts that you have on high-rise facades are screened and protected. And it works just like, more or less like a single-family house in terms of mechanics.
So discrete sustainability in Nairobi. Of course, GMP has done a lot of projects in China. There we are, social sustainability as well. The ESG, the S of ESG, social sustainability. Tell me a little bit about this.
Well, on the top left, you see one of the pictures that we took on one of the team meetings. And on the bottom is one little story that I like very much about this project. Well, first of all, it was about knowledge transfer. And of course, international exchange between us, the Chinese, the Kenyans, us, the Kenyans and us. So it was in any direction. There's lots of things that we can learn from Kenya, for example. We had programs within the process of planning, but more so in the process of construction, where we invited students from the University of Nairobi, engineering students, to be on site to see the construction ongoing. It's something that is not very common in Nairobi. We have to admit that this is a very futuristic project for them. So they got to learn and experience these technologies firsthand. Due to the sheer size of this project, there was a bigger impact on the overall road system, more or less 1 kilometer around the project. Every road was tested, checked. We had simulations on the traffic to be expected. So roads were upgraded and widened. And the same for the supplies, the sewage systems, rainwater. So it's not just the project, but there is a big radius of impact. And back to the little picture on the bottom, and materials, local materials. As the client is a big engineering company or manufacturing company from China, they of course had the first intent, we bring everything from China. Very soon they understood that this is not going to work. If you ship all this, half of this stuff will come to Nairobi, to the site, and be broken. So we had to produce local as much as possible. Of course, Kenya is not the market that can supply all these materials, but there were a few things that were available local. So some of the glass for the residential was acquired locally. We shifted to aluminum facades for all these white elements that you see, because there is the chance to produce aluminum locally, but of course not in the quality and the sizes that we need. But the Chinese engaged one of the local suppliers and created a joint venture. And what you see on the bottom is this local manufacturer that set up a shop in these parking basements of us and basically created a local factory.
So they did the best they could to source locally when they could.
And the big benefit is that after this project was done, the locals were able to keep the machines, they have the technology, and they now have a shop outside of Nairobi, and they keep producing similar styles of facades. So out of this, a local factory and a local market arose.
Right, fantastic. So, as you say, really transfer of knowledge, hard skills, soft skills, social sustainability, as well as discrete environmental sustainability. GMP works a lot in China. There's this other project here in Guangzhou. So, was this a project where sustainability was less discrete and played a bigger role?
Very much. CSCC, the client, is the world's largest general contractor. They have built the highest, the tallest, the best, the biggest. They have done it all. And this is their headquarter in South China. And already in the competition brief asked for a future high-rise tower, something that is ready and is showing what the future of buildings can be. So this 180-meter high tower, we tried again to reduce to the max, to see how much do you need, where can we go as minimal as possible in terms of technology. And again, we went and checked, or there we didn't have to go, we know Guangzhou very, very well. What are the local conditions? How did they build for centuries? You see on the top right, what are the systems of natural ventilation used? What are the systems of shading? What are the social spaces that make this space livable for centuries? And how can we transform this into a modern building?
Fantastic. Well, thank you very much for sharing those two projects, Tobias. That looks very complicated. The previous one looks a very complicated slide. I will perhaps just move on to a couple of questions because time, I also have to put my Master of Ceremonies hat on as the time manager here. Elizabeth, let me just ask you, from your projects when you have worked abroad, there must be many challenges, but what would you say was the one lesson learnt when working internationally for you?
I think it's not working. Thank you. I think it is the transfer, the technological transfer, because you are bringing in other countries our know-how and our principles, our thinking, but also techniques. And for my Chinese project, in Shanghai, I brought some prototypes of ceramic and other things, and the local industrial were doing the same, could do the same thing. But I could, and in other countries or other places of China, it was very interesting because I think they are expecting to learn with us. And here in Europe, when we built in German, you have all the things are very normalized, and we cannot bring now our know-how. You have to obey the industry way to build, and it's very difficult in Europe to do innovations. It's easier in China, in Brazil, here in Europe, in Italy also. It's easier, because the Italian industry wants to innovate. Mm-hmm. It is the more innovative industry in Europe, I think. But I think in Spain also.
So there are certain countries in Europe which are more innovative, less regulatory.
I think that the change, the industrial changes, will come in the north of Europe, from the south of Europe, or from China, perhaps.
There we are. Yes, absolutely, very important. Tobias, what was the lesson you learnt from working in internationally?
Listen to the people, listen to the team, the locals, learn from the locals, and design in dialogue, really. And I think that applies to anywhere in the world, northern, southern, eastern Europe. There's always something to learn, and you only succeed if you can explain your ideas in a way that you reflect on the conditions that your audience has. You cannot go and preach. You have to pick up on their knowledge, their traditions, in order to soften in whatever you try to do based on your understanding of the local conditions.
Yes, absolutely. Designing in dialogue. And Elizabeth was talking about learning, and I'm wondering whether it's a two-way process. When you come back to Germany, is there a hard skill or a soft skill that comes to mind that you could apply to your work in Germany?
It's very much the same, design and dialogue. But as you said, about in Germany you have to follow rules. There are very strict deans and codes and many, many things. On the other hand, when you come back, you know what's possible. And sometimes, again, you have to speak to your clients, to everyone around, knowing all the codes, but still explain what's possible. And then innovation is possible in Europe just as well. You just have to show them that it can be done. Maybe you need to be a little bit creative on some of these rules, but they're not hard-written Moses-like facts hammered in stone. Usually they say you should, you could, but they hardly say you must. But many of Germans understand that this should, could is a must. And I think sometimes you have to point out that there's a slight difference.
Yes, you can use your creativity. Elizabeth, yes.
Yes, in France also, I tried to establish a good dialogue, and I finished a library, bioclimatic library, because in Brazil, of course, in Nairobi, it's very often to do a bioclimatic things, with natural ventilation, and I could do it in Paris, but we don't have wind in Paris. The context is totally different, so you have to use ventilation on the floors as you use in tropical countries, and a little bit of technology and materials very that could keep the cooler during the evening. In the evening, we open the windows, and you have some materials that keeps the cooling and the fresh air of the night, and they restitute during the day. So you have to use technology. You cannot use the same ways of thinking in Nairobi, in Brazil, and in France, of course.
Absolutely.
But we have to do bioclimatic. I'm doing another one in the south of France. It is very, very hot, but we have wind. So it is another context, so we can build another way also.
Thank you. So yes, it's all about adapting to the local context, designing in a dialogue and taking the best of the ideas that you glean internationally and then applying them when you can to Europe. So thank you very, very much, Elizabeth, for explaining some of your projects, some of your values, and Tobias too. A round of applause. Thank you very much to our two leading architects. And if you would like to leave the microphones here, that would be fantastic. Thank you. Thank you.
And thank you for your questions.
No problem. So let's, as we heard from Elizabeth and Tobias, sustainability is very, very important. We are now going to look at common international values for achieving quality in the built environment. And we're going to look at the values that unite architects around the world. We asked you that question when you registered. And what are the values for you? And here are some of your answers. You can see environment comes out very, very large. There's also culture, ethics, quality. We're going to dig a little bit deeper into those values now with our panel. Let me ask Ruth Schegerman, President of the Architects Council of Europe, to come back onto stage and to join me. Please take a seat next to me, Ruth. Also, I'm delighted that we're joined by Donatien Cassiette-Calumier, Donatin is an award-winning architect who trained here in Brussels. He set up a practice in the Democratic Republic of Congo, where he's particularly known for renovating the former Grand Hotel building in the capital, Kinshasa. He's president of the African Union of Architects. Now that represents, if I've got the figures right, 80,000 architects in 43 countries, and they promote the profession regionally, and they aim to build capacity so that African architects can be competitive on the world market. Donatien, please come and join us on stage. Thank you very, very much. We're also joined online by Safuddin Ahmad, President of the Architects Regional Council in Asia. And Safuddin, if you look at his bio, you'll see that he sits on so many different boards and panels, far too numerous to be mentioned here. As an architect, he has also won awards for designing the low energy office of the Ministry of Green Technology and Water in Malaysia. And I hope that he is going to be able to join us from Malaysia and that we'll see him in vision in a moment. And we also have an award-winning Argentinian architect. I just say that Gerardo Montaruli is going to speak in Spanish. So if you have some headsets, you might want to put them on. I know I'm going to put mine on. Gerardo has sat on many juries and he's advised on many architectural competitions, and since 2020 he's been the president of the Pan-American Federation of Architects. That is a massive geographic responsibility: North America, Latin America and the Caribbean. So those are our panelists, and we're going to dig a bit deeper on the values. Can I just check, because if I don't see, we don't know whether they're there or not. Can I just check that Gerardo and Saifuddin are with us? If somebody would like to give me a sign of life, that will really help. Hello, there's a voice there. Is that Saifuddin? Fantastic. Okay, and Gerardo, I can hear there's some Spanish being spoken. I can hear you. I'm just waiting to see whether I can get a translation here. Okay, he's now testing my level of Spanish, which I think he can hear me, but he's waiting for the translation. Sí, sí. Sí, sí. Esperando para la traducción también. We're waiting for the translation here. Can I just ask what channel this is on the headset? Okay, that's okay. I had French. Have we got Spanish? And if so, yes, you're going to speak in Spanish. It's 3. But, okay. I hope that's 3. The light is so bad here. Gerardo, hello, hola, ¿qué tal? Gerardo is, I think it's 4 o'clock in the morning. Yeah, absolutely. It's 4 o'clock in the morning. So thank you. So absolutely. So thank you very much for joining us. There we are. That's Saifuddin, and Gerardo is there. And sorry, I have Gerardo in my earpiece. Do we have Gerardo on the screen as well? I know, but I'm just wondering whether we're going to see him too. Okay. We'll live with it. Fine. Absolutely. It would be so nice to see. But perhaps because it's 4 o'clock in the morning, he's in his pajamas talking to us at the moment. Okay. Okay. I have I have Spanish though. I don't have English. Yes, I need translation. I've understood that, but I'm getting Spanish, not a translation into English in my head. And I'm now hear my voice coming back to me. I'm hearing Gerardo. Anyway, who knows? I'm just going to for Gerardo, but he hasn't joined. Okay. Sorry about this. Was always going to be slightly challenging, I think, and I've just proven that. Ruth, you mentioned at the beginning new European Bauhaus values. We heard from Elizabeth that her architectural principles were very similar. Can you just set the scene? What are these new European Bauhaus values? Because as you say, this is a side event to that festival.
First of all, I want to say that the architects are already dealing with these values since a long time. So basically, the new European Bauhaus, time-wise, is after all the activity that the architects are already doing on the ground since a long time. But now it really becomes crucial also on political level, because with the new European Bauhaus, suddenly we are discussing in the European Parliament, in the European Commission, about these values which are at the core of the architects in Europe and international. And that's a real big game changer, because until, let's say, 2019, let's say before Corona hit us, in Europe we were only discussing energy efficiency. And with the new European Bauhaus, with let's say, defining what is the need of the people in Europe, what are the values that we create, not only as architects, but also as planners, as engineers, for the people, suddenly becomes a total different discussion environment. And I think that's one of the big changes the new European Bauhaus made. And now we're not only discussing sustainability, we are discussing about beauty, we're discussing about inclusiveness, and that is a total different context at the moment.
So we've got these three values, beauty, inclusiveness, sustainability. Ruth, which value resonates most with you?
Well, I thought a lot about it, and well, there are only three, so basically we could say, okay, easy to choose. But I decided for beauty, and let's say, for me, beauty resonates here in this discussion most, because I really want to highlight it's not easy, beauty. Sustainability is done already since a long time. Investors know about sustainability. It's a well-known subject. But beauty and how to incorporate the beautifulness of our built environment in laws, for example, is extremely difficult. It's difficult to define, okay, how are we going to reinvest money into beauty? And therefore, I just want to highlight it that it is something to think about, because it creates identity, it creates a space of belonging, it creates it summarizes different values that lead to a more inclusive, sustainable living environment for the people, and keeping also nature in mind.
And you have a photo of that you would like to share, I believe, of what it means to you. We have a photo, I think, that we wanted to show. Am I right in thinking it was in Manchester, in the UK? It was the Whitworth Gallery, which in your eyes showed beauty. If we want to show that, then let's do it. Otherwise, we'll come back to it later if there's too much technically going on there. Donatien. So we've got beauty, we've got inclusiveness, and we've got sustainability. Which of those values really resonates for you and your work?
First of all, I will ask, because I've seen that people have headset, because I dream in French and I cry in French.
Don't cry, please
Am
don't
I
cry.
allowed to speak in French?
Please, yes, but keep the microphone really there because otherwise it's difficult for the translators.
Oh, sorry. Excuse me. La durabilité or sustainability, there is no question in Africa because, as we said, we discover now what is sustainability in the new world. Aujourd'hui, nous réfléchissons à cette sustainability, à cette durabilité, mais elle est dans nos gènes en Afrique. Parce que pour construire la hutte, on prenait la terre au bout du jardin. On coupait l'arbre qui se trouvait dans le jardin. Donc, cette durabilité, elle est intrinsèque en Afrique. On a désappris la sustainabilité, on a désappris cette durabilité quand nous avons importé la technologie. Et si mon image à moi est arrivée, j'ai 3 images sur la durabilité. I've picked 3 pictures.
Let's see if we can show the 3 pictures. I know there's certainly one of those pictures that's available, which was of a bottle,
Yes.
glass bottle house. Do we have that? Yes, we do. I've got a thumbs up. So perhaps we'll see that one in a moment. I know we've got this one, Donatien. So
Okay.
please talk to this one.
Voilà ce que moi j'appelle la durabilité d'aujourd'hui. C'est une durabilité où on réutilise un matériau plastique importé, parce qu'en Afrique, on buvait l'eau à la source. Les bouteilles plastiques remplissent les rivières, remplissent les égouts, remplissent les canalisations. Et en réutilisant aujourd'hui les bouteilles, on est capable de construire des maisons. Je pense qu'une maison, c'est une société allemande, je pense, qui était partie pour former un petit peu donc les maçons locaux. Je crois que c'était 6 000 bouteilles plastiques permettaient de construire une maison pour une famille de 3 ou 4 personnes. Donc, pour moi, c'est la nouvelle durabilité, c'est la nouvelle prise de conscience de pouvoir utiliser ce qui est censé nous nuire pour pouvoir créer des habitations. Voilà, donc ça, c'est pour moi l'exemple de la nouvelle durabilité.
Absolutely, and it's with, as you say, a German influence who trained the people who were involved in
Yeah,
this.
why German influence? Because
you're sitting next to Ruth, that's why.
No. When I say why German influence, because you can ask, okay, but Africa is sustainable, is already sustainable. Why a German company or a German firm should come to Africa to teach them how to? Because plastic bottle didn't exist in Africa. That's why they came. So the plastic waste, is now used to build a wall. Okay, so that transition. You cannot learn it from the local ground because you're not used to plastic bottle. You see, but for me that's very interesting because it solves a lot of problems. That kind of approach.
Yes, circular economy and recycling, absolutely. And I can see you want to touch it, and it feels so tactile.
Exactly.
So, Donatien, thank you for that. Let's move back to Saifuddin, who's in Malaysia, and hopefully we can see him because it's so much easier talking to somebody that you can actually see. Saifuddin, thank you for joining us. We've heard beauty from Ruth, we've heard sustainability from Donatien. Which is the value that really resonates with you?
Okay, I'm actually responding as the president of Acacia, and I'm going forward on inclusivity. The reason being is that if you look at the background, okay, the one in yellow, okay, when I took over as as president of Asia, my mission is based on the acronym LOVE, which stands for Legacy, Overall, or Inclusivity, Visibility, and also Environment. And when I talk about inclusivity, is that, as you know, Asia is very, very, very big, from North Korea to Bhutan on this side of the globe. And of course, it's very diverse. Okay, it's very different from Europe. You have the European Union, that's sort of thing, whereas Asia is just actually a council of institutes, president. So on that note, we try of to include everyone in whatever projects that we do or in whatever policy that we intend to look at. And of course, there's a few things that we need to look at because, as I said, in terms of diversity, it's just not what they call from climate. It's also in terms of a lot of policies, in terms of culture and architecture itself. And what we try to do is to get everyone involved in whatever projects that Asia or any other institute that need to implement that, from the most developed countries like Korea, Singapore, Japan, to the smaller ones like Bhutan, Brunei, and Macau, that sort of thing. So I will go actually on inclusivity.
Inclusivity, and thank you for pointing out the icons. Is there a picture that for you illustrates inclusivity?
Okay, I've already shared earlier with the secretary. Can the secretary share?
Absolutely. They should have some pictures that you can talk to. Yes, please do show them.
Okay, maybe one of the projects that
Absolutely. We're waiting to see them on the screen, Safuddin. They're working very hard behind the scenes. This is quite technically challenging, as you can see. There we are. We have one of those pictures from the archive. Please.
Okay, if I can share with you what this project is all about, okay, it's actually a universal public toilet, okay, and the project was conceived way back in 2013, okay, whereby the president then, Tan Pei In, okay, and together with the Asia Committee of Social Responsibility, Joseph Guan, envisioned a project that what they call can be shared by everyone. And it was actually conceived in Kathmandu, Nepal. And as such, the project was actually initiated in Kathmandu itself. And how it's done is that it involved the three entities, Asia, the what they call Society of Architects Nepal, and also the Madhipur Metropolitan City of Kathmandu, one of the what they call suburbs over there. And how it's done is that it's financially sponsored almost 90% by Asia, okay, and another 10% is actually by the local authorities. But the society itself actually organized a competition, and that competition was held, but unfortunately it was only solely for the Nepalese architects, and it was won by one of his members, architect Raj Maharjan. But it took a longer time in terms of getting the location, locating, and also dealing with the local authorities. Although it's actually just a toilet, but it involved a lot of what they call stakeholders. It was only completed
That's
is looking into inclusivity?
really fascinating. As you say, it's a simple public toilet, although there was a very good Japanese film that came out here in Europe recently, which was all about toilets and the life of a toilet cleaner, which was absolutely gripping. And they were state-of-the-art toilets. And as you say, it was a whole project involving so many people. So inclusion is very important. Safuddin, I'm going to limit you to one, just in the spirit of fairness, because Donatien had one photo. But thank you. I think that really does embody your value of inclusiveness. Let me just see whether Gerardo is on the line. No, I'm afraid he isn't. I think it was most probably asking too much to get up at 4 o'clock in the morning. So we've got each one has chosen a value, and of course these values underpin quality. Safuddin, what does quality in the built environment, what does that mean to you?
Okay, it's very subjective, looking at which area itself. Okay, of course, again, I'm answering this question in my capacity as Asia president. Okay, and I said Asia consists of the most developed and also the underdeveloped, Nepal, Bhutan, that sort of thing. So quality is very subjective, but that doesn't mean that you cannot have comfort, you cannot have the best of facilities. Um, Material wise, again, it was interesting the earlier talk that was done by Elizabeth and also Tobias himself. Okay, it all depends where the project is. Okay, and of course, in the most developed countries, the what they call the material use, the method of construction use is a bit more advanced. But whereas in the underdeveloped countries or in the outskirts, say India, Bangladesh, or even Indonesia, for that matter, local materials are used, local construction methods are being used. But at the end of the day, you get architecture which is actually usable, architecture that gives comfort and also what they call comfort to the people who are using it.
Yep.
So it's very diverse.
Very diverse, but as you say, it's all about the user, the people, the comfort. Donatien, what either with your hat as the president of all of those African countries, or you as an architect, what does quality mean for you?
Qualité est d'abord le confort de l'être humain qui vit dans les espaces qui sont construits. Par qualité, j'entends l'épanouissement de l'homme à l'intérieur des espaces que nous construisons. On peut faire des belles choses de bonne qualité, mais qui ne sont pas adaptées à ce que l'homme désire ou à ce que l'homme, là où l'homme peut s'épanouir. Donc, je dirais réellement, c'est de remettre l'homme au centre des choses.
Yeah.
Et c'est là qu'on va trouver la qualité, parce qu'une qualité esthétique, une qualité technique n'est rien si elle n'est pas en interaction avec l'homme.
Absolutely, putting the user, putting the client at the heart. Ruth, from what you've heard from Safuddin and Donatien, do you agree, or do you have another view of what quality means?
I absolutely agree, and we also saw in the two presentations at the beginning from Potsdam Park and also from GMP wonderfully how architects outline their quality throughout their values for the architecture. And in Europe we are discussing a lot about the Davos quality criteria, because we all speak about quality, and then the question is, okay, what is behind? We heard great examples now, and maybe just to reflect on these 8 quality criteria and also on the NEB compass, It's about governance, for example. So it's about good processes, good governance processes. It's about functionality. Does the piece of work, which is not only architecture but also may be public space, fit for purpose? This has been mentioned. It's about the environment. Does it protect the environment? We have diversity. We have the context and the sense of place, which is enormous. It really has to relate to the situation where it is built. It's not about, and I think this is very crucial to know or to keep in mind, there is not one fits for all. No, so it really has to be defined at the place of origin where it is going to be located, and with the end, beauty is also a part of it.
So I have to ask, just for clarity, because we can see that there's an overlap between the new European Bauhaus values, the three that we've just been talking about: beauty, inclusion, and sustainability, and then there's these Davos criteria. Why do we need two?
Wow, that's yes, it's a tough question, but let's say it really shows that there is this need to bring these quality criteria to the ground. The Commission took its own, let's say, strategy with the new European Bauhaus and the Compass, for example. The Davos Declaration has been already on the ground since longer, and now we are really in the process of evaluating. The Commission and the colleagues from Switzerland are really working together to figure out where do they have overlaps, how can they support each other, and how to further develop it together, so we don't have, let's say, two concepts in parallel.
Yes, that often happens. If I think of the UN Sustainable Development Goals, the EU Green Deal, how do they work together? Just picking up on something about putting the person at the heart of this. Ruth, in Europe, it's very favoured that there's these participatory processes with local communities. Why is that seen as a good practice?
I think we just saw great examples. The outcome is totally different. The outcome is the people identify themselves with the public space, with the architecture. They have a sense of belonging. It's really about putting the people at the front and really also evaluating what are the needs to really define, okay, for which purpose are we building here something or creating public space, and therefore we have to listen. This was also one word which was highlighted today. We really have to listen to the people. They are using this living environment, and therefore it's of utmost importance.
I'll ask also Donatien and Saifuddin about this concept of participatory processes. I mean, it sounds wonderful, but there must be some inherent challenges in it. Donatien, your take on participatory processes as a good practice, and do you see any inherent challenges? And I'll ask Saifuddin the same question.
Je suis content de voir Madame Elisabeth Porcenpar, qui est française, si je ne m'abuse. Brésilienne. Ah, et brésilienne, ok. J'ai un exemple que j'ai appris sur les bancs de l'école d'architecture. Je pense que ça s'appelle le couvent de la Tourette, qui a été construit par Jean Nouvel. La construction a duré 6 ans et la vie du couvent a duré 4 ans. Le concept, intéressant, brillant, les jésuites ont commandé à Le Corbusier, donc ce nouveau couvent. Il fallait revenir aux valeurs traditionnelles. Le traitement des murs était brut, les jeux de lumière, donc tout était pensé intellectuellement, mais dans la pratique, les moines qui ont vécu là-dedans ont commencé à se suicider. Parce que je parle ici sur la correction de ceux qui connaissent la véritable histoire, mais il y a eu des suicides qui ont fait qu'on a dû fermer le couvent, qui aujourd'hui est utilisé comme musée, comme espace. Donc le bâtiment est une référence en termes de respect ou en termes de qualité architecturale, intellectuelle, mais au niveau de l'être humain, c'était une catastrophe.
And just for my understanding, what was the reason that it was seen as wrong for those nuns who unfortunately took their lives?
Parce que la vie monacale interprétée par Le Corbusier sur base du brief reçu par le client qui est la corporation des Jésuites était un retour à la dureté de la foi. Le mobilier était en béton, les lits, la finition des murs était rugueuse, il n'y avait pas de vue directe de la chambre vers l'extérieur, c'était des lumières qui...
Like a prison,
etc.
yes.
Donc il y avait tous des concepts qui étaient mis l'un à côté de l'autre, qui répondaient à un brief, mais qui ne répondaient pas à la qualité de vie humaine à l'intérieur du couvent.
My goodness, that really is a horror story, and hopefully there was a lesson learnt about imposing from a hierarchical point of view, and that you have to consult the people that you're designing for. Absolutely. Saifuddin, what about in your context, this idea of participatory processes? How common are they? Are they encouraged? And do you see any inherent challenges with the process?
Okay, in my personal opinion, as an architect, okay, whether you are Asian, European, okay, African, or wherever you are, okay, by virtue of training, the way we do anything is for the people, is to safeguard the environment, human comfort, and everything else. But unfortunately, as architect, just like what Elizabeth and Tobias has mentioned earlier, in the countries where they have their project, you have to actually follow the regulation of the country. You have to look into the what they call local construction methods and a few other things involved within that location itself. And of course, as architects, we try to give the best that we can. Okay, but unfortunately, some of these regulatory bodies, some or even some of the clients themselves, okay, they might look at something that is not suitable for that location that we are doing. So there's two parts. We as architects try to advise the clients the best possibilities, the best what they call solution to the project. And at the end of the day, you know how you come to a compromise and you get the best result.
Thank you. And I'm going to move in a moment, I think, to over-regulation, because it was already referred to by Elizabeth and Tobias. But we heard a good practice that comes out of Europe, the participatory process. Let me ask you, Saifuddin, briefly, for a good practice that comes from your region in terms of policy or regulation or incentives. Is there one that works in your context?
Okay, as I mentioned, okay, every country has its own policies, it has its own ideas. But what we do at Asia itself, okay, because we have many committees. Okay, we have the professional practice, we have the green sustainabilities, we have the what they call CSR. So what we do among the 22 countries is actually to discuss and debate what are the best practices that is done within their country, okay, and on that we normally have what they call town halls, we have what they call round table, and from there we come to a conclusion And subsequently, the 22 Institute try to actually address it with the government of that country to be able to practice what is the best that has been concluded within that roundtable of what they call workshops that have been held.
Yes, absolutely. The value added that we can see of your association with these workshops. Donatien, in the African context, what would you say was a good practice?
When you say Africa, Africa
Is massive. It's 43 countries, you've got 80,000 members, you've got the north, south, east, west, lots of different languages. So I'm asking you just to choose one.
If I have to choose one, I will choose the country where I live,
Yes.
which is DRC, and the answer will be so easy. There is no regulation, okay? Because the emergency is not there. The emergency is to provide a roof
Yes.
on each and every one right now, whatever kind of roof it is, okay? Ça, c'est je réponds bien entendu par rapport à la République démocratique du Congo. Il y a des pays en... Oh, pardon, sorry. Il y a des pays comme l'Afrique du Sud qui sont plus développés au niveau donc des réglementations. Il y a les pays les pays d'origine anglophone, donc Kenya, etc., où notre ami tout à l'heure mentionnait.
In Nairobi,
À
GTC.
Nairobi. Mais l'Afrique, c'est malheureusement très divers et très diversifié. Aujourd'hui, aller demander à un Soudanais la réglementation, son urgence, c'est de d'abord retrouver même sa maison.
Absolutely.
Etc., etc. Donc, je ne peux pas parler de globalité au niveau de l'Afrique. Oui, je pourrais. C'est copier-coller de l'Europe, ok. Mais dans la pratique, dans la vie de tous les jours, on est encore loin de se focaliser sur ces aspects réglementaires. Même si effectivement, le copier-coller parfois fonctionne dans les pays où il y a ce minimum de structure, mais en règle générale, on n'en est pas encore là.
Yeah. Yes, absolutely. It is all. Well, that's good news. So let's see Gerardo on the screen. Gerardo, hello. Hola, Gerardo. Hello, good day, good morning to you. It's lovely to see you, and thank you for joining us. Gerardo, we have moved on in our discussion, but it would just be good to hear from you. What is the value of beauty, inclusion, and sustainability that really resonates with you?
Bueno, para nosotros la inclusión para América, voy a hablar en castellano, para América la inclusión es uno de los valores fundamentales que permiten lograr un equilibrio en las propuestas de nuestros países. Porque pensamos que nuestra Federación Panamericana de Asociaciones de Arquitectos, para que nuestras ciudades se tornen menos excluyentes, inseguras, vulnerables, se debe mejorar el contexto urbano y la calidad de vida en ellas, y uno de los temas fundamentales están asociados a la inclusión, a la participación de estas instituciones, para poder lograr políticas integradoras, participativas, colaborativas, de identificación de propuestas que estén preocupadas y ocupadas en nuestra realidad panamericana de tanta gran diversidad cultural, ¿no? Pensemos que tenemos que generar adecuación de políticas a través de situaciones que suceden, por ejemplo, en el norte, en el
políticas de financiamiento de viviendas en Argentina y Europa, tanto públicas como privadas, han sido superadas por la demanda realidad, la demanda real. Han tenido en las últimas décadas un crecimiento superior a la capacidad de respuesta de nuestros gobiernos y de la capacidad de financiamiento de los sectores privados para poder satisfacer las demandas de toda esta población que cada vez se vuelve más vulnerable. Siendo este uno de los mayores desafíos con los que nos encontramos, que tener ciudades que sean capaces de cubrir las necesidades básicas de sus habitantes, adaptándose a los cambios, a comprometer a la capacidad de desarrollo que deben tener las oportunidades sin afectar las condiciones ambientales, pero sí proveyendo los servicios básicos, dando un equilibrio entre el crecimiento económico y el cuidado del ambiente y del bienestar social. Nuestra Federación Panamericana está abocada a identificar acciones ejemplares que puedan ser replicables en otras ciudades o en otros municipios para poder implementar políticas asertivas y con mayor dinamismo y aceptación social. Gracias.
Thank you, Gerardo. And indeed, as we have heard that Pan America is a massive region, and obviously the issue of inclusion with the big social disparities between the rich and poor. And as you say, affordable housing, it's something that around the world is a problem that people are no longer able to live in the center of cities, but in the exterior. And obviously, this is something that is of concern to your association. Is there an example of where inclusion or inclusive architecture has worked? Do you have an example of best practice?
Sí, seguramente tenemos grandes ejemplos como la ciudad de Medellín en Colombia, que a través de una arquitectura social logró disminuir la agresión que había por el tema de narcotráfico y las cuestiones de extrema agresividad que había en su población. O por ejemplo la ciudad de Curitiba, que a través de una conectividad y una mayor inclusión del verde o del equilibrio de la condición entre espacio público y espacio privado, han logrado políticas de integración específica para estos ejemplos. Otro ejemplo es Mendoza, Argentina, que con una problemática de desierto, con grandes enfermedades respiratorias, logró a través de la incorporación del árbol, del servicio, poniendo al árbol como un servicio público, el árbol público, el árbol de la ciudad, generando toda una condición, un ecosistema que permitió disminuir a veces hasta 10, 15 grados o 20 grados en algunas zonas, a disminuir la polución que generaba la gran sequía que tiene el espacio, produciendo un ecosistema positivo para las personas. Son ejemplos que han permitido tener la posibilidad de replicarlos en otros lugares. Por ejemplo, Quito hoy tiene todo un proceso de arborización de su ciudad, justamente tomando leyes o criterios de la ciudad de Curitiba o de Mendoza.
Thank you very much, Gerardo, for indeed giving us examples of inclusion in Medellin, in Colombia, in Mendoza, in Argentina, and Quito in Ecuador. When you joined the discussion, we were just about to look at some of the challenges. And Donatien was talking about the fact that there is no regulation in his home country, which perhaps could be seen as a boon rather than just a bane. But Ruth, over-regulation in Europe, we heard from Tobias that you have to be creative, that a could and a should, those lovely German modal verbs, don't mean that you must. So is over-regulation a problem?
Topic at the moment in Europe in the discussion, because we are going through an evaluation process of our regulation. How much regulation do we really need to build for the purposes and the challenge that we are facing? So basically we are the other extreme, yes, and we developed into a situation where regulation also lead to higher cost in construction, lead to more complexity of the planning process, and doesn't. And we are discussing about a high comfort living, and the question is this high comfort really needed on such a level, or can we reduce it? Is it so dramatic that you hear a bit of your neighbor, or how much silence is needed in a private apartment? So these are the questions that we are heading, and it's absolutely the opposite. So we overturned our regulation, and we have to come back more to a simpler approach, and also that doesn't mean that we have to cut back anything, but we really have to evaluate what is really needed. And
don't tell the Swiss that. I live in Switzerland and they love their measures against noise pollution. Gerardo, are you still with us? We've got two diametric opposites on regulation. Obviously, DRC, there isn't any. In Europe, especially in Northern Europe, there's an awful lot. Pan America, it's massive. So I don't expect you to talk about that. But what is your feeling on regulation? Has it gone over the top? Do we need to get back to something simpler?
¿Me puede traducir en castellano? No entendí la última parte de la pregunta.
I was wondering, in your region, is there over-regulation? Ruth was saying that in Europe, she thinks they've gone too far in the direction of over-regulating.
No, bueno, no entiendo la pregunta, disculpas. No tengo traducción.
So,
la cuestión es cómo está la situación de las regulaciones en Panamérica. Aquí estábamos discutiendo que en el un lado, en África, no hay regulación y Europa está regulado demasiado. ¿Cómo son las perspectivas en vuestra situación?
Muchas gracias. En América la gran diversidad cultural hace que tengamos políticas de regulación muy diferentes, pero en general en la mayoría de nuestros países existe una gran regulación del Estado sobre las políticas o sobre las acciones, sobre todo en todo lo que es la regulación de la construcción, para establecer parámetros o establecer políticas de planificación ya preestablecidas. Lo que sucede es que a veces la gran demanda que existe de espacios para la construcción de viviendas, sobre todo la gran cantidad de personas que tienen esa demanda, supera las políticas o la regulación y se establecen elementos que van distorsionando estos tipos de planificación, sobre todo en la regulación del mercado en cuanto al valor que tienen los terrenos. Existe una sobredimensión, digamos, cuando espacios con grandes desequilibrios dentro de la ciudad.
Thank you, Gerardo, very much. I'm now going to take some...
There was if there is a possibility to give an example, Gerardo, ¿hay una posibilidad de dar un ejemplo?
Bueno, nosotros tenemos, por ejemplo, en Mendoza, Argentina, tenemos el tema de todo lo que tiene que ver con la protección del árbol público, del arbolado urbano, que es parte de un servicio público que permite mejorar la calidad de vida de las personas en una ciudad, pero el Estado a veces cuando la ciudad crece en forma desmedida sobre sectores no desarrollados para tal fin, se genera una disminución de la incorporación del árbol urbano, provocando islas de calor en la ciudad.
Thank you. I'm going to go to audience questions now. Thank you, Elizabeth, for already starting the process. There's Saifuddin already online. I'm going with my Master of Ceremonies hat on to say that we're going to start the coffee break, most probably about 10 minutes late, but we can also extend it the other way. So what I'd like to do is to take some questions from the audience for Saifuddin, who's still online, Gerardo, for Donatien and Ruth, and let me ask whether there is any question from our online audience. Is there any question from our online audience? Is it Gloria who's tracking that?
Not really a question, more a comment.
Okay, if you'd like to say briefly what the comment is.
So from Anastasia, she's saying that as architects, we have to admit that architectural aesthetics is the missing link in our education and profession as well. Aesthetics is included in architectural quality and we have to elaborate on it. And then she's saying something about education, that there are countries such as Greece where urban design is almost totally missing as a postgraduate course. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much for bringing in her point of view to the discussion. Let me ask whether there is anybody in the audience who would like to ask a question to Gerardo, Saifuddin. Tobias has got his hand up, so a microphone is going, and Elizabeth has got her hand up. So we're going to take a question from Tobias. Who would you like to answer the question?
I think it's more, as you started with beauty, I think this is the most difficult one to frame. As we all know from architectural history, the ideas of beauty have changed almost like fashion. There was a mentioning of La Tourette, which to me is the absolute beauty of architecture. The topic of suicides was new to me. Never heard of it. Nonetheless, we'll have to research on that one. But how do you ever want to regulate beauty? Again, asking this with the background in German
how can you regulate beauty? So there we are. Beauty was your value. And please answer your fellow Germans' question there.
I think he really wants to, yes, push me forward. No, you cannot regulate beauty, and you cannot translate beauty into laws. But beauty, you said, is part of our society. So let's say what we are discussing currently now, this whole transformation process that we are thinking about, how do we have to transform our existing building stock, all the design decisions that we then take as architects for the time being will then be evaluated if we were able to create beauty in the future. So we'll see what our society creates nowadays, and in 50 years the next generation will then decide if that what we created today
can be called Baukultur or is a beautiful living environment. So this is really difficult to put in regulation, but we have to think about it, we have to discuss it, and it really has to be part of the transformation process, because otherwise, if we leave it behind, we just go for functionality maybe. That's also not the right direction.
So there we are. Time will
agree.
tell.
I mean, every building that society loves, they will never demolish, and that's the first step into sustainability. The longer these buildings stand, the better all the balances will be, and that's definitely something that we can underline as our office.
Thank you, Tobias. Elizabeth, you also had a question, and then the gentleman behind.
I would like to say two compliments. One about beauty also, because you know that social housing or some social buildings that are considered as ugly without quality, they are contributing to the exclusion of people. And when the quality of the architecture is nice, it is contributing to the social inclusion. And another example of you spoke, Gerardo, about Curitiba, and as my family is French and Brazilian, so I know both countries very well. And the mayor of Curitiba, Jaime Lerner, it was a very respectable city planner. He decided to work for the inclusion because there was 4 communities, the Japanese, the Italian, the Polish, and another one that were fighting. And they created in a park restaurants and activities with products from Poland, another from Japan, another from Italy, and everybody was coming. And the people learns to see and to speak to each other, and the problems with the conflicts with the different communities were solved by a clever idea to put together all those communities. It's a very good example of social inclusion.
Thank you. If you'd like to give the microphone to the gentleman behind you, and if you have a question, I think Saifuddin is still online, Gerardo, Donatien, or Ruth, and this will be our final question. You can ask many questions to Donatien and Ruth, and also to Tobias and Elizabeth during the break. Sir.
I want to pick up on the idea of regulation on beauty. This sounds like a horror scenario for me as an architect. At one point we tried to get rid of regulation, which is not needed but also not wanted. I wanted to add this because there would be a matter of participation, I think, of how these kind of overregulated terms are actually needed but also wanted by the public. In terms of beauty, I would think there are a couple of quite valuable quality assurance systems in place since a long time, like the architects competitions, where it's clear that you can, in a competent jury, find out the quality of beauty as well, which can be discussed and decided on. And I think we know this tool we have is in place since the middle of the 19th century, so it's well approved. There are also design advisory boards in place in lots of cities in Europe, I guess also in other places, which also focus on this topic. So there's no worries about that we can judge on beauty, I think, even if it's constantly developing, of course.
Thank you. Well, thank you for that comment. I think there'll be a whole conference on beauty and architecture. So it is a very, very important value, as we have heard, along with the other new European Bauhaus values of sustainability and inclusiveness. And then, of course, there are the Davos criteria. But we can see from our architects who represent Pan America, Asia, Africa, and Europe that they are very much united in these values, particularly of sustainability and inclusiveness. So I'd like to thank Gerardo for getting up so early and for joining the conversation. Saifuddin, if you're there also, thank you very much for joining us. Donatien also. Ruth also for her translation abilities, which are very impressive. So let's take coffee for half an hour and we will come back at 11:20 if my maths serves me right. And we'll now be looking very much at the subject of internationalisation. Thank you. I sort of knew that was going to be like that. Bon, c'était bordel.
C. Un, deux. 1, 2, C, C, C. Et là, tu vois, direct, je crache dans les deux.
Welcome back, everybody. I hope that you were able to get refreshed with coffee and cake and you were able to network. And welcome back to our online audience. We've seen that so many of you have come from all corners of Europe for this conference on the internationalization of the profession. And we know that there is interest in working abroad. According to the ACE sector study, 16% expressed interest, but there are concerns. And as you see on the slide here, when you registered, you were asked, what are your challenges when exporting? And you can see that a lot is about local laws and rules, which was exactly why the Architects' Council of Europe got the best heads together and to work out how can we encourage more architects to work abroad. What are the tools? What are the guidelines? What are the services that they need? And they set up the Internationalisation and New Business Models Working Group. Not so easy to say, but I'm delighted that we have got the three experts and members of that working group with us. Dr. Philip Stedden, Head of Unit Economic Policy, the German Federal Chamber of Architects. Jacques Borg-Barté from the Maltese Chamber of Architects and Civil Engineers. And George Sandor from the Chamber of Hungarian Architects. So each of our speakers is going to talk about a service, a publication, the website that can help you internationalize your business. We'll then have a little bit of a discussion between the three of us and go to your questions. So if you're joining us online, please do put questions in the Zoom. Here, there will be a microphone that goes round. So with no further ado, I'd like to ask Dr. Philip Stedden to talk about the website that's being created.
Yeah, it's working. Okay, thank you, Dul, Claire, and also thank you for the invitation to be invited here and to speak. Before I go to the website, I just want to introduce the work group. As I learned today, it's not a task force, it's a work group. And no matter what the difference exactly is. But what is the work group doing? It was founded in 2017, and why? That was because at this time, everybody knew globalization is a reality for architects when talking about future. But unfortunately, not very many architects, just a few architects are really working abroad. And so we thought it's time to found a working group that consists of architects like my two colleagues, but also some people with business background or economists like I am. And so I think it's a good mix to deal with internationalization. And the task, what we set as our goal, was not to do studying and analyzing and producing reports. It was more to be helpful to practicing architects and to invent tools like a toolbox to really upskill architects to be globally competitive and to be able to work abroad. And of course, we know there's a big difference between big firms and smaller ones, those who are experienced in exporting and those that are newcomers. And so we try to address all these. Now, that was the starting point. You see just 6% of architectural firms are really active abroad. And when it comes to revenue, you see it's just a little amount. We estimate from the sector study of ACE that just around 2% of revenues derive from markets abroad. So that's not a lot compared to other industries, but for architects it's quite okay, and we're talking about later how the quota developed in the last years. But my main task is to introduce to the website, because it's like an internationalization program, because we have many tools, many information, database, etc., that you can use and that we think are interesting to have a look at least a look at it. So that's the international web page, And does the pointer work? Yeah. You see at the right-hand side there's an international section, and I just want to show you some slides what you might find interesting. So the main page is just introducing the work group, where we come from, what our aims are, etc. But now it's getting more interesting. What can you find? One back again. What can you find here? For many of you, it might be interesting, in case you want to change your job, to find a job abroad. So there's a section jobs in Europe, and this is pretty interesting. You can choose a country, and then you find, for example, Austria. It's the example here. You can find all the associations and databases where you can look for a job for architects. When you're a young architect and before being self-employed, it might be interesting to look for traineeships in Europe, and we redirect to the national chambers, to websites where you might find a trainee position, and especially when we're looking on for international contracts. Of course, we have some definitions here, because for us it's really important that an internship or a traineeship is not just any practical experience. For us, it's important to state that it's under the supervision of a competent person. And of course, we have a code of conduct for employers to ensure adequate learning outcomes and avoid exploitation, because a traineeship is a really important period in your working life and should be used properly, and not, no one wants exploitation, of course. Let's keep on looking. What else do we have? This is hard to read, I know, but you don't have to read it all in detail. It's about market access, and we had the feeling that it's really complicated to find the right information on the right web page. There are tons of EU portals, etc., but you need some advice where to find what. And we have tried to do this here. So the market access information is about facts and figures. It's about the construction sector. You find many numbers, many economic indicators, but also it is good to find the EU portal, what is called access to markets. So that gives information for all the EU countries concerning taxes, procedures, single entry points, or trade agreements. So when you're interested in that, or you need to find it for your work, you will find it there. Also, you can be redirected to the European Enterprise Network. That's an EU-wide network, one of the largest export networks in the world, with regional offices in all the European regions. And it's this, for example, is interesting when you're applying for an EU grant or research project. They might help you to formulate your application. It becomes more concrete, even more concrete when it comes to concrete business support. You will find all the information you need, be it the tenders portal, Tenders Daily, TED portal, when you're looking for procurement contracts or international ADCs, design competitions. You will be redirected to FX or NACS. These are networks, national networks, that help you to start working abroad, and we talk about this later this afternoon. So I keep it on this side. So this is one that really fascinates me when you want to have more specific country information. Country information. You find a map and you can click on each of the EU countries to find statistics, to find information important for architects. And I have an example. When you look at Portugal, what you might find here, it's about statistics for architects, but it's also about information when you want to work in Portugal. What about the professional title? What does it require to call yourself an architect? Do you have to register? How to do that, etc.? what's the case when it comes to liability and insurance? Is it the same as in your country, or is it different? So these are very practical information that you need to know when you begin to work, when you begin working in Portugal. And you find these country information for all the EU countries. So I think it's very, very helpful. Okay, this is an example of country information, lots of statistics, how many architects are working in this country, is the market growing, how big is the construction industry, etc., etc. You see lots of numbers for those who are interested in the details. They might find the right information here. Also, one slide when you come to the question if the title architect is protected. We know there are differences across Europe, but here you find what the conditions are in Portugal, and you see, yeah, the title is protected, the function of an architect is also protected, and where and how to register to be able to work as an architect. This is one of the web pages that is clicked most often. In general, I've heard that ACE website has around 60,000 visitors a year. That's quite good, I think. And this is one of the web pages that is very much sought after. It is the process how to register in another country if you want to work there temporarily or on a permanent basis. And so it's a yes and no game. So you click through it. And in the end, you find out what you have to do and to which organization you have to turn to be allowed to work there. So yeah, it looks complicated, and I know it is complicated, and that's why you might find this chart instructive. I'm not talking about the reasons for working with European architects because my colleagues will do that. I just want to show you it's not only online, it's also a physical brochure that you might get from us. What I learned the last days, there are actually 2 versions of this brochure, and if you want to know why, you have to talk to us in the next break. Key message is also one thing my other colleague is going to talk about. This is also very practical. We have developed a checklist. If you want to work abroad, what should you consider? Where do you have to be careful? So we have 2 checklists. One checklist is called the architect client checklist, and the other one is called the architect checklist, because you might find it useful to work with a local architect to work together with him. And of course, you need a contract in 2 maybe quite different jurisdictions. But there are some common things you might pay attention to, and I think these checklists might be really helpful when it comes to cooperating. Very practical insurance fact sheets. You see the landscape of Europe, different conditions in different markets, but for each market we have set up an insurance fact sheet, and you see, for example, is there a legal obligation to have an insurance? If yes, what kind of contractual liabilities? Are there liabilities after you have finished your work, and for how many years? The forms of insurance contracts, and helpful also insurance agents that might help you acquiring insurance in another market. So this is also one web page that is frequently clicked on. Okay, relevant legislation, I don't want to bore you with that, but we have a part of the web pages that turns to this questions. Also bibliography, we offer some help here where to find relevant documents or helpful documents. By example, the Doing Business report is done by the World Bank. They have a report for the whole world, but also for different countries. That might be helpful when you start doing business in a different market. It not only covers the EU, but also non-EU countries. And I think it's one of the really good things the World Bank does for us. Again, back to our web pages. When it comes to CPD, you might be interested in visiting or taking part in a course not in your home country, but abroad. So this is the right page to turn to. You can look for CPD events all over Europe. You can select one of the countries, and you will be directed to upcoming courses that you might find interesting. The last 2 slides, and I hope this is still within the 7 minutes that Claire gave, approximately. Okay, then I speed up. There's a relaunch.
No, don't speed up. That has no impact. But
okay, but it is one of the last slides, anyways. And yeah, the web page will be updated this summer. It will have a fresh appearance and also some new features. And I think what is also interesting to know, there will be a mobile app from ACE, so that you can use it on your smartphone when you're traveling and have time on the airport to check it. And maybe then it's even used more frequently than it also is today. So that's it from my side, and I pass it over to who's next?
Jacques, yes, indeed. Thank you very much for that overview of all the features of the website and, of course, the new app. Jacques is going to dig a bit deeper on the checklist that Philip was talking about. So over to you, Jacques.
Thank you very much, Claire. Yeah, so those of you who came here for exciting graphics, now's your time. We're going to do checklists. See if this works. It's a slide mismatch, guys. Tech.
Okay.
Okay.
If you could remember what the slide was, you can fill in the gaps.
No, but this is actually Gergely's
Okay, so you most
slide.
probably, I would imagine you're going to have to go back a little bit, because there was some comments on checklists that Philip mentioned. Did they refer to you?
And yeah, the 2 checklist presentations, but I think the slides just need to be, they just need to bring up my set. Yeah, there they are.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, can we go full screen?
Could you put it full screen?
Yeah, okay, we're good. Thanks. Okay, so these are the 2 checklists that Philip mentioned earlier that the working group has been working on. First one deals with the relationship between the architect and the client. Those of you who work with into the mic, those of you who work with contracts on a regular basis, a lot of this will not necessarily be new, but I do, and I still find it always useful to refer to checklists, because there's always things that we miss or you know, we get so used to it that there are things we omit. And those of you who don't, of course, this I think a very useful starting point. Of course, the checklist is a guide. It's not a contract, but it's a guide to formulating a contract with a client. Basically gives you general guidance on how to set a contract up, and it also contains a link to various national and international templates, which you can then find online, and allows you to see what the national templates look like, and what might be specific to the various jurisdictions that you might be working in. Of course, a contract is any contract that is binding legally between 2 parties, so that and involves an agreement. So somebody's offering you to do something and you accept it. There's an exchange of economic value, and there's an intention to enter that agreement, and that can also be something verbal. But of course, if it's verbal, it's very difficult to go back later and say, oh, this is what we agreed. So that's the nice thing about having something in writing, because it prevents misunderstandings later on, or at least it reduces the opportunities, I think, for misunderstandings later on, or for issues with interpretation later on. The contract checklist, I mean, this is a summary, of course. The full checklist is on the website, but what should a contract fundamentally contain? Identity of the parties, definition of the terms that the parties are agreeing upon, the description of the assignment, what are you as the architect asked to do, what is within your terms of reference, what is not fundamentally therefore also within your terms of reference, your obligations as an architect, how the project will be administered and the archiving duties of the project, references to professional standards and ethics, the obligations of the client also has obligations in any agreement, how liability and insurance will be handled, how fees and expenses will be handled, copyright, which is also an important one. So who owns copyright? How is copyright managed? What are the obligations of the parties with respect to copyright? What happens when a project is suspended or terminated?
was recently in Slovenia, and one of my colleagues mentioned, as it was a 13-year project, I think, that had been going on, and he said, well, as architects, we hurry to wait and wait to hurry, which I thought was symptomatic of so many projects we've worked on. So yes, suspension and termination are also important, and how to deal with them, what the obligations of the parties are in those situations, how disputes get resolved, and what is the applicable law, and especially with international contracts, that's a very important one. What laws do you, as an architect working in another jurisdiction, want to be working with or exposed to, and of course signatures. Otherwise, you're not endorsing that. So that's the basis of any contract, and certainly a contract checklist for working in foreign jurisdictions. Then we also speak, there's another checklist or another guide for architect-architect collaborations. And also some guidance at the beginning on how to go about setting up a collaboration. So I think there's a tendency to work with people we like, and in any collaboration with a client, and especially with an other architect, of course, trust is fundamental. So you want to be working with people you're comfortable working with. Trust is important. At the same time, if I work with you because I like you or because we're alike, it doesn't necessarily mean that we together achieve more than we achieve individually. So it's very important when we work internationally or we work in a collaboration that we find the right strategic match, that we bring something to the table and that the other party brings something to the table, and that between us, what we bring together is larger than the sum of our parts. And of course, that we achieve a reciprocal relationship which is beneficial to both parties. So I've been exposed to collaborations where there's a very, very important and reciprocal relationship with another architect, and somewhere also there's a sort of imposition of, okay, this is the way we do things because you're the local and we're the international, for example. So it's very important, I think, for that relationship to be correct on both sides. Also important to understand what the local requirements are in any situation where you're the foreign architect coming in. As we were saying also this morning, the importance of listening to local knowledge and understanding it, and also seeking synergy so that the collaboration, as we said, is stronger than the individual parts. There are various types of collaborations and what they might be. These are the four, shall we say, principal ones. Division of profit and loss, so where the parties share profit and share loss. Division of compensation, so the total fee is 100%, one party earns 60%, one party earns 40%, and then that's broken up over the different phases, for example, or 50%, whatever the right division is for the task at hand. Different architects for different phases. Usually there's a client choice, so the client will say, okay, we want the international to come in and do phase one, and then we want the local to come in and do all the rest, and the international to say follow phase one, for example. So usually in this case, the frame of collaboration is a bit reduced, and also the sort of international architect, local consultant, where the local is purely providing consultancy to an international, and again, there's a likelihood that that relationship might be asymmetrical. So that's really the four types of potential collaboration, and all of these, of course, need to be worked out depending on the nature of the task at hand, client requirements, and your requirements in dealing with the other architect that you're working with. And again, this is there as a tool to help to formulate those relationships. It's never a be-all and end-all, and in all cases, you want your consultants, your legal consultants, and so on and so forth, to help you in setting up the right agreement for the right context. Key steps in setting up a collaboration. First of all, determine whether a formal setup as an independent organization is required. So if I go into partnership with Philip in Germany, can we operate under our respective practice names, or do we need to set up a new company with a new entity? Or can we therefore act also as a joint venture, as a type of collaboration, number two? It's always very important to prepare a matrix to understand what the respective roles at the respective stages are. Who's responsible for leading what, who's responsible for delivering what, and to what extent, and therefore assigning the effort and the responsibility where needed. Keeping careful and transparent records, especially where you have division of profit and loss. I mean, I've only personally worked with division of compensation, which is a bit easier for both parties because you administer the part of the pot that you're working with, and as long as the split is fair, that's usually doable. Deciding who will sign the agreement with the client. Is the agreement signed only by the principal, or is the agreement signed by both? And that might also deal with issues of local legislation. So who is who is the architect at law in that particular jurisdiction. Of course, review the insurance policies to make sure that they're appropriate. So you always need to consult with your insurance. And as we said before, consult your other consultants, your legal, your accounting, and so on and so forth, because it's an ever more complicated world out there as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jacques. So we've had the website, we've got the checklist for collaboration. Don't just collaborate with people you like, but who complement you. And now Georgi is going to talk about some key messages and an export guide. So the floor is yours.
Thank you. I need some help finding my slides.
So I think you're just going to have to test it and
okay,
see
now it works.
Whether they are yours.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. I would like to continue the presentation of our work group. Back in 2017, one of the reasons why this work group was created is that it was realized that for decades there have been separate intentions, institutions supporting exporting architectural services on a national level. But growing the EU, it had to be realized that this needs to be elevated to a higher level, this support. And for that reason, ACE established this IBM work group that we are all three working in it, in order to support the architects in Europe, how they could export their services within Europe, beyond the borders, but also beyond Europe. And we had lots of discussions within the work group. As you already saw, we did researches, collected data, and we found lots of obvious things, but we found also that it's a very complex issue if an architect wants to go abroad, because there are lots of challenges. And one of the documents, publications that we did, what are the reasons that one should work with a European architect? And we found values and qualities of architects that I think that could be beneficial all over the world if somebody is teaming up with a European architect. Of course, like words, tradition, heritage, or sustainability, or the approach to people and the planet, Baukultur, and other words like these are the strong basis of our European ethics and daily work. But you will see later the discussion that there may be cases where these words don't become so obvious. Of course, there are moments when this proud European architect is going to sign a contract and starting a business. But we realized, as it was also introduced by Jacques, that there are many conditions and things to be considered when you start working internationally. And for that reason, we prepared a guide to support the architects when they want to make their first steps going abroad. I don't know if you are aware, but once I heard a figure that the average size of a European architecture office is 1.6 person per office, so it's quite small. And to support these SMEs all over Europe, you have to imagine that there is one or two people covering all the responsible entrepreneurship jobs, sharing between each other, and it's quite complex if you take a look at that. On the first step, you are very happy if the opportunity arises, but this may happen in various ways. It may be an event that you are asked by your client to go abroad. You maybe didn't want to go abroad because you didn't want to do that. It's not your piece of cake. But there are other things like adapting to the market conditions, or you may also decide for strategic reason that you want to go abroad. But all these scenarios end up in different issues and solutions. We believe on behalf of IBM that there are lots of benefits going abroad, and I would like to highlight just the the second highlighted words, that I think the best thing going abroad is meeting other people, other talents. And as it was also mentioned by Tobias this morning, that exchanging experiences, technical knowledges, cultural differences, that's, I think, one of the key things working with others and working abroad. I also used to say that if you want to go fast, go alone, but if you want to go far, then go together. And this teaming up sense is crucial, I think. But there is a long way arising the opportunity and picking up the fruits and all the benefits at the end. But at the very beginning, all the architects, also me as a practicing architect, we have to face the first question, am I ready to export my services? And to answer all these questions, we prepared this brochure with very detailed pages and homepage and so on. So when you decide going abroad, then you make the first questions about researching the markets that you are entering, or how that market entry should be done by considering developing your strategy, how your human resources are set up, how you monitor your process, and also all those contractual matters that were raised by Jacques before. It's quite a complex thing. A new environment for the architect between him and the client, but also in many cases, if you team up with another local architect, there are differences in doing business, and there are lots of issues arising from that little differences. But I think Tobias, Elizabeth, and all those who already have the experience, they could tell long stories and experiences with regard to this. Yeah. Last but not least, also the financial issues that were already introduced are one of the key aspects of considering launching your business abroad. And this is from my side, these two brochures and publications that I wanted to highlight, and other aspects of our work group. And we are going to continue with a short discussion, I think.
Okay, thank you, Georgi, for the guide, the much-needed guide, because you do need support. And as we heard at the beginning, you did raise concerns when you registered about the local government regulations, and indeed the Architects' Council of Europe a few years ago asked you that very question. And we have a slide here that we'll now show you, because it shows some of the more detailed concerns. So there we are, the reasons for not working abroad. So on the left, this is from some of the directors, and on the right, that's individuals. So I'm going to ask Georgi and the working group to analyze this. Georgi, what strikes you when you look at those slides?
Well,
if you'd like to put the microphone right. Yeah.
Oh, well, there are many things that you can read out of this slide, and I would like to refer one thing that I was introducing in the beginning, that obvious things are not so obvious if you look at the slides. I would like to highlight one thing. You see here answers from people who have been working abroad, and also answers from people who haven't been abroad. But the same question was given to the people in the questionnaire. And you see that, highlighted with different color, you see that depending on their previous experience, the people giving the answer are judging that those things maybe with a different weight in their answer. And if you follow from the beginning the given answers, you see that also, in all cases, the workers who haven't been working abroad, they give a higher...
They're more worried.
They are more worried. But if you look at the very end, when it comes to those 2 points, am I qualified to work abroad? Then those people who haven't been working abroad, they are more confident and see less risk in working abroad. And those people who have made their experience before, they are more worried about, because they already see the difficulties when they go abroad.
So that's your analysis. Excellent. Jacques, do you have something that you wanted to say about, as also a working architect? We've got this idea that there's perhaps more concerns about those who haven't worked abroad than those have, but then those that have see the greater issues because, of course, they've got the on first-hand experience. Anything you'd like to add from your analysis?
No, I think in terms of the right-hand chart, I think that's quite perceptive in the sense, yes, until you get there, you don't really know what you're heading for, and then once you do, that's when you sort of start to confront those realities, and also I guess when you also realize that some of your fears are not as critical as they were, and there are things that you of course never really looked at. Yeah. But I guess also an observation on the left-hand side. Intriguing to see that there are almost 2.5 times the number of firms considering working inside Europe as working outside, and that's, I think, also an interesting question for us and for our audience as to, is export in Europe a first stepping stone to export outside of Europe?
Yes, baby steps before you go international or beyond the European Union. Absolutely. Philip, yes, your analysis.
Well, I have to agree on what my colleague said, but what I find interesting on the left-hand chart is when you look at these 2 bars, for me there seems to be still a big potential for architects working abroad, because considered working inside Europe, 50% said that they consider this, but just between 6 or 7% actually worked. So there's a large amount of people who considered working abroad but didn't do so. So I think
it's getting them over that last mile. Yeah. Yes.
And also what I find interesting, I mean, this is more complex than it appears, because we ask self-employed architects, owners and directors, and also employed architects. And when I look at the right-hand side, when it comes to relocation, for example, I think this is more an issue for those who are quitting their job and looking for a new job abroad. Because if you're a director of an architectural firm, you don't necessarily have to relocate to work abroad. It's more visiting the construction site. So maybe it would make sense to differentiate between those groups. Yeah. But it's interesting.
More surveys, although perhaps with all of the publications and the website and the guidelines and the checklists, there'll be the slide reasons for working abroad and an analysis of that. Gergely did make some reference to that. I liked the quote about built happiness. But I'd like to go to the audience. I'm looking at Gloria just to see whether our online audience who were putting questions in the chat, is there a question?
There are 2 questions. One is about copyrights.
Okay, so perhaps let's take the copyright one. I'm not sure whether we've got a copyright expert. I'd go to Philip, potentially. But we will have somebody... I think this afternoon we've got somebody who's talking about protecting your intellectual property rights. But let's just see what our working group can do, and we'll perhaps also hear from someone this afternoon.
Okay, and then there is another question about insurances.
Which were already mentioned. What was the exact question about intellectual property?
This person just would like to hear more about copyrights throughout Europe.
Okay, that's very broad. Is there anything succinct from your own experience that you would like to say? Otherwise, we'll leave that to the people from the European Commission this afternoon.
Yeah, I think it's always, I think, comes down to the individual contract. But I'm not sure about Europe-wide legislation in that respect. So we'll definitely hear more this afternoon. But I would also say, we have come across definitely in our practice tendencies where clients want to have ownership of copyright. And I think to some extent, not even necessarily knowing why, it's just a sort of form of control. And I think it's very important to understand what is really required, you know, by the client and by the architect when asking for control of copyright. And how do we as architects also protect our interests in that respect?
Yeah. Philip, anything to add? There is
Actually,
DG Grow. They have these help desks, these intellectual property help desks in places like China and India, and they've set them up in Africa. And there's, they can really give you a lot of information, but somebody from the Commission will talk about that.
Maybe one thought to those two questions. I assume that the person raising those questions has already experience in working abroad, because we found that these two issues are one of the two concerning things. You can also see in the questionnaire that insurance and PI is underestimated by unexperienced people, and people who already have the experience, they see the difficulty. There's another work group within the ACE called the Practice Committee, and there is a team of experts working on the insurance and the PI stuff, and we found that within Europe there's a very big variety how these issues are handled within each member country. So it is even a big issue to handle and to make it to bring it on a uniform basis within Europe. And if you go outside Europe, you will have more complex questions with regard to these issues.
Yeah. Philip, you mentioned insurance in your overview of the website.
When it comes to insurance, I think it's really important to have a good consultant, because we have made the experience in Germany. There are just a few agents who really know the international market. There are lots of people who might be helpful within your country, but when it comes to other countries, you really need a specialist who is up to date, because legislation can change and it's really a complicated task.
Okay. Excellent. Were there any other questions? Any questions in the audience, please raise your hand and a microphone will go round. Tobias, you should be answering the questions based on all of your experience, but perhaps that's what you're going to do. Is it a question or a comment?
It's a comment.
Okay.
Taxation. I don't know if it is, at least it's not within your questionnaire, but this is something that we find extremely challenging, because with every country, especially outside the EU, you have to understand this by the time that you give a quote. Otherwise, suddenly 50 or 60% of your fee is going to someone else, and then the whole thing is not worth it anymore. So has this been considered, and would there be any resources that we could use from your sides?
Is there a working group on taxation? Oh, that's a serious one.
Well, you're all looking to me.
Yeah, well, there we are, as the economist.
I think what he says is absolutely true, because very often taxation is done at the source of the income, not at the location of the architectural firm. And of course, you need to avoid double taxation. What can easily happen that you pay taxes double in the country where the construction site is and at home, and of course you need to avoid that. It's a complicated matter, so I see this as a future task for our group to have a closer look, because to give generic information that covers all countries is hardly possible. But it's an important task, and many of your colleagues have the same issue, I think.
Yeah, maybe one of the answers there, or initial answer there, might also be to quote for fees excluding taxation. That's certainly something we do. So if the VAT rate changes, your fees remains the same, because you quote for 10 euros plus VAT. So, but that's a sort of very basic line, I suppose.
Absolutely. Yes, please. A microphone will go round. Let us know if it's a comment or a specific question.
It's a bit of both, but I think one thing that we need to also consider, because this is focusing very much on the business aspect, I think, of internationalization, but there's also the regulatory aspect, particularly within the European Union, because it's heavily regulated. And I know I'm going to open up Pandora's box, and I'm not expecting you to address it here, but there's obviously an issue with scope of services and scope of reserved activities, particularly. So what an architect is required to do in Estonia may be different from what an architect is required to do in Portugal, for instance. So, but my main issue or my main question is, if you have, for instance, an international architect preparing a phase one, so conceptual design, etc., is in how many countries does that require you to have a license? You know, so there's a bit of a, I mean, in an unregulated industry, for instance, in Northern Europe, where this is all open, it works. But for instance, if, I'll give an example of my country. So if say, a star architect designs a project in Malta remotely, how compliant is that with professional qualifications directive, etc.? You know, so I think perhaps the regulatory part of this should also be studied. Maybe you have already, and I'm not aware of it, but my question perhaps is, have you considered this, and are there any plans, if not?
Okay. Philip?
Yeah. When you look into our database, you find these questions answered in the country sections, because each country is different. In some countries, the title is protected, and as far as I know, for example, in Denmark, everybody could call himself or herself being an architect, so it's not protected there. So it's different in every country, and you need to have a closer look. But in our database, it's covered, and it tells you what does it require to be called an architect, what does it require to be allowed to perform as an architect, etc. But it's different each country, and when you look outside the EU, it even gets more complicated, of course. So I agree.
Yeah, Gergely, from your experience as an architect.
Yeah, some thoughts to these questions, also to the question with regard to the taxes. It's quite a global environment that we are working on within the work group. But we also found that there are global advisors who are also present in one or the other country as well. And for that reason, we also propose in our publications that you look for such partners who can help you with regulatory issues. It's recommended to find a local partner. However, global the thing is, you need local information. You have to find your partner. Also for that reason, we prepared those documentations that were introduced by Jacques, how you communicate with an architect who is actually in the same profession, but in a different world. So you have to find the same language also with your partner in that other country. And I think the good news is that to all those questions like tax or regulatory issues, there are partners who can help you. You have to look for those partners and you have to talk to them.
Yes, the microphone will go round. Is it a comment? Is it a question? And if it's a question, is there someone specific you would like to answer it?
Yeah, it's a comment, actually. So my name is Waldemar, and I'm the RBA Counselor for Europe. And I've been working on projects abroad for more than 20 years. And I fully agree, because you need a partner on the ground. So without a partner, it's extremely difficult. And I even know clients who are working in, like in Germany, it's not easy. We have 16 different standards and different architectural chambers. If you go abroad, even if you follow your client, this is the most common way, then it's good to have someone on the ground, someone who knows the market, and of course is also registered and so on. And to find a partner, it's not so difficult. But to work abroad just as a standalone, it is extremely.
Yeah.
So thank you.
Thank you. All about partnerships and getting the right partner, as you were talking about, Jacques, in your presentation.
And I think as well it comes back also as architects to what Elizabeth was also presenting this morning, in terms of architecture also needs to respond to local considerations, and as much as we're trained to consider the architecture in a holistic manner, I think the only people on the ground who really there are some things that they know intrinsically, which coming from the outside you would always deal with in a way, in a foreign way, and that combination can also be interesting.
Okay, excellent. I think we have time for one more question, if there is one more question. Anybody thinking of something that they really want to ask? We I don't see anybody's hand going up, although there is a very strong light, like an interrogation light right in front of me. So sometimes I can't see everybody in the room. So, to conclude, you've seen that there is all of that support there. If we look at this slide, as Philip pointed out, quite a lot have considered working inside Europe. We've heard what the Architecture Council of Europe has provided as services and is thinking that they might do in the future. This afternoon, we're going to hear from the European Commission, DG Grow, DG Trade, about what services they provide. And we'll also hear about these network groups. Philip is going to appear on the stage again with a different hat on this afternoon, because there are export agencies, but there are also networks of architects that can help you export your services. This afternoon, we've also got two more keynote speakers. One, very interestingly, is from the client perspective, but a very informed client, because she trained as an architect or has a background in architecture and is involved in overseeing a multidisciplinary arts centre in Nairobi. So we'll get her perspective. And we're also going to hear from Robert Winkel, who's a Dutch architect, about some of the values that are underpinning his work in the Netherlands and also in the rest of Europe. But for now, let's take a long lunch from 12:15, coming back at 13:45 for this afternoon's session. Thank you very much. Et voilà. There we are. That was smooth and on So I ask the technicians if they can put my microphone on. 1, 2, 1, 2. Can you now hear me? Okay. So, take 2. Welcome back the online audience and welcome to our audience here in Brussels, where we've just had some delicious Belgian food. They haven't disappointed us and they never do. This afternoon, we're going to be looking at internationalization again. We are going to be hearing from DG Grow, DG Trade about the services, tools they offer to businesses that want to export their services abroad. We're also going to be hearing later on about some export architect networks and export promotion agencies. But before all of that, we've got 2 leading speakers for you. And the first, as I said before the break, has the interesting perspective of a client. And she joins us online. A few words about Joy Miboya, Executive Director of the Go Down Arts Centre in Nairobi, Kenya. Joy has a background in architecture and she's overseeing a project that is aiming to transform the Arts Centre into a multidisciplinary arts facility. So welcome, Joy, to Brussels. Please give us the client perspective of internationalisation. The floor is yours. We will make sure that they are. If you say next slide, the technical team here can always move them for you.
Wonderful, so I can see them on another screen, and that's helpful. Thank you so much. And thank you again for this invitation to share a few minutes with you around our experience as a client with an international firm working with a local firm here in Nairobi, in Kenya. So the firm that we have had a long relationship with and continue to have a relationship with is White Architects from Sweden. And they have partnered with a local architect called Planning System Services Limited, who are based here in Nairobi. And together they have been assisting us to try and realize this vision of a civic scale cultural institution for a post-colonial Nairobi, post-colonial Kenya. And I think that, speaking from the client perspective, I think one of the things that is interesting around that is to try and see how this team of architects, and particularly the international architect, was able to, or is able to, because it's an ongoing relationship, to speak to a desire or a need that we have. And it's a need that we also understood as we began to collaborate together. So we met White Architects in 2010. So it's a relationship that is almost 14 years old now. In fact, it is 14 years old. And I think there were a number of things that impressed us right away about their approaches and their perspective. One is, of course, that they're very thoughtful in the way that they engage with the work. And this was important to us because we ran into each other at a point in time when we were also being very thoughtful around what is our role as a cultural organization in Nairobi, what is our place as a cultural organization in the city and in the region, and particularly what does it mean to be a cultural organization in a post-colonial environment, urban environment that is in flux, that is changing, that is messy, that nobody really knows the direction of, and we're in there trying to contribute to its shaping in some way. So we found that White's approaches helped us to explore other directions besides the architectural aspect that were really important for us to realize this fuller question, which, if I'm to frame it, I would say the fuller question was, how are we being enabled as an art center, an arts institution, to really grapple with these questions of a post-colonial identity for ourselves, post-colonial urbanism, which is what we're experiencing, and this whole idea of post-colonial arts and culture and the audiences that consume it. So if we kindly move to the second slide. when we speak about our relationship with our partner architect White, I think that we have to flip some of those elements, and the context is really very key. One is thinking about the context that they find us in, and how they begin to understand that, and how they begin to help us also understand it, as we give them a brief around what we desire to do in terms of shaping the built environment space, but also having built it. So I think that we look at it in terms of sort of saying that context is key in this particular instance. And then the client, I think, is also very important, because we were asking a question that was not just a question around build us a building, design a building for us. It was really a more fundamental question around how do you begin to shape the urban landscape with architecture in a space that is asking some very deep questions around what should an African city look like today as in an independent state. What does architecture look like in that kind of a city today? How is that arrived at? How is that design arrived at? So this idea of the vision of the client and enabling that vision of the client with these very difficult questions, I think is another aspect. And then of course it's then the project itself. So what is the scope and scale of this project? And as I've just mentioned, we have been with White for over 10 years now. It's a long time for a client and an architect to be together, but there is a reason for it. And I think that is part of the thoughtfulness and the patience, and I think the generosity of collaboration that we have experienced with them in trying to unravel this particular question. Then, of course, the international firm and its partnering local architect, and the dynamics there, and the knowledge exchange that happens there, and how they find a common value basis, are all aspects of the experience that I will share a little bit as 10 minutes. So if we kindly move to the next slide. So if we now look at the context, then I think that our big question, and I have foregrounded Africa here, because for those who are working in Africa, there is a sense that the continent is becoming very much aware of itself. It's a very interesting continent, extremely young. As they say, the median age is hovering around 1920, so a very young population, but a very aspirational population, who are shedding heritage as we knew it and culture as we knew it, but who also understand that that is a root that they can lean on even as they imagine their futures, the kind of countries they want to live in, the kind of culture they want to promote, the kind of cities they want to be in. So and so on. So in this sort of wonderful kind of soup of
Joy was giving us such great insights to the context. Let's see whether we can rejoin her. I know that she's got some pictures of this art centre. Are we going to be able to join her? Put a thumbs up if we can reconnect the line. We're not sure. Okay, so what we're going to do is please tell her that we're now going to go to the other architect for 10 minutes, and she can reconnect and show us some of her pictures. Okay, so we're going to drop that line and come back to her. if that's clear to the technical team. Okay, these things happen. It was too good to be true. It was a fantastic line from Nairobi, and it was going to be very interesting to see what had happened with this long-standing collaboration with this Swedish company. But the advantage is that our next speaker is here in person, and so the line cannot go down. Our next keynote speaker has worked across Europe. His company, May Architects and Planners, are constructing the first ever circular full timber building in Rotterdam. It's won awards. It's known as the SAWA, S-A-W-A, and it really encapsulates the practice's focus on sustainability in these new building concepts. So please welcome the founder of MAI, Robert Winkel. Do come on stage and tell us about your experience working abroad and some of the values that underpin your work.
Architects in our profession. It's very nice to see that things are proceeding to get our profession more professionalized. But I'm here to tell about us and about our journey, more or less, through our consciousness of being an architect. By Architects and Planners, we are a middle office of 35 people, sometimes 25, sometimes 50. This is a picture of 50 people, 12 nationalities. The average age is 34. We got a lot of part-timers. That's actually in every modern Western company, more or less. And we need more women in our office. That's for sure. We do a lot of projects in Europe, already 20 years. We had the projects in Russia, but we stopped, of course. And we are very glad to do European projects because we understand the European tradition, languages, and those things. So it's very nice. We excelled in transformation projects in the EU in 2020. I'm going through these projects very quickly, but to see how we evolved actually in position ourselves as an architect. We did a big conversion of a warehouse, which is a listed building in Holland. A cheese warehouse is a swimming pool we converted. Shopping center from the 50s, and tower we gave a new cladding around it. And the first commission I had 20 years ago to convert a building into a building with a lot of small companies. We more or less we came into area development with existing buildings. So existing buildings and urban planning. That's very interesting because there's not so many people who can do it. Or you do urban planning with blue foam, or you do existing buildings. But this combination is really nice. So we did it in Rotterdam. It's a building where our office is established, but also in Delft, 360,000 square meters with an existing factory we incorporated, and also in Gouda. And we exported our knowledge also internationally. We won, a long time ago, 20 years ago, a competition in Rainham, London. It's very nice to do that. We work together with Atkins. It's not really architecture office, but a kind of consultant. It's a nice collaboration. In Moss, maybe somebody from Norway. No, nobody from Norway. It's a former paper factory. We transformed it into a city. It's executed. And also in Ham, we did a collaboration with Baal Architecten, redevelopment of a former mine complex. But we went on. This is in Bonn, the Bonavana fabric, which we converted. This is a plan for in Nantes, in France, and in Paris. We sent in this project. It's not being executed, totally made out of wood. And then in the end, we came to our top project, which is Phoenix in Rotterdam, which is an existing storage building, a warehouse, which a new building on top of it, with a table of 1 million kilos of steel. And I was very proud of this, but I'm not proud anymore to tell this, because 1 million kilos of steel, it's a lot of CO2 emission. And the concrete building on top is also a lot of CO2 emission. And when we started, we won a lot of prizes with this building, in total 22 awards. The jury members ask me all the time, is it biodiverse? Is it bio-based? Are there common spaces for people? And I thought, yes. I said, yeah, we didn't do it in those times. It was designed in 2013, something like that. And time changes quickly. So I thought we have to reconsider things. And not only I reconsider this, but also the Bauhaus, the Davos Baukultur quality system. Maybe you know it. It's very nice, integral quality describing how you have to deal with architecture. I'm also chairman of the Spatial Quality Committee of Amsterdam. So that gives me also, I work for the municipality, it gives also a kind of idea what is happening actually and what is my position as an architect. I do it also in Rotterdam. For the Innenstad Bremen, I'm advising those things. And I thought we have to change things. Also, we did an introvision of our company. We made a book about context, community, flexibility, new values, and aesthetics. Well, I was trying to. I said we have to do more. We have to have more ambition. What she's telling this whole morning was telling we have to have ambition. We have to change. We have to. There are other questions. We have to do inclusivity. We have to work on sustainability, and it is. We have to work on a better future. But all the time, when I tell these things to a client, he say, "You are stacking ambitions." And you have to do it yourself because I'm not going to do this. And what are these ambitions? Community context, CO2, energy neutral, biodiversity, shared economy, inclusivity and health. Health is also very important. Didn't heard it yet. So we made a project ourselves. We become our own client and not with a bottom-up project, but a top-down project with Saba, 109 apartments. The total sum of money is 50 million. And we started in 2020, it's nearly finished. It's the first building with a lot of ambitions in it, stacked ambitions. It's a full timber circular building in Europe. Circular, that means there are 750,000 screws in the building. 4 people from Germany bound this building in 5 months. Can you imagine, with so many screws? That's possible. It can be demounted. We store a lot of CO2, which can be valuized. We get money for it, monetarized. There are 3,000 plants in 700 meters of planters, and there's a vegetable garden in the building, and there's a mid-market rent apartments, affordable rent apartments. If I tell this to a client, they say it's impossible, but we did it. And I know why we could achieve this. Because the business model of the client is that he wants profit maximization. What we did, we took a lot of 5% of our profit and we put it into the project. And then everything is feasible. We as an architect, we can make everything feasible. So it's a total structure with dry mounted structure with reused pebbles of the roof as a mass. That's totally new. Of 50 meters high, we're doing this. So it can be changed in the future. It's now being mounted. You can see all the wood will be inside. It won't be plastered. Financial Times came by, very happy with that. We won a lot of international prizes, unbuilt prizes already. Yeah, that's very nice. And what is very much nicer, that it's all teamwork. We want to work together. No, there's no place for egos. We have to do it together. So we worked with a lot of people around, a lot of second opinions. We had 8 second opinions in the end. Can you imagine? But it's better to have 8 second opinions instead of 1. That means that a lot of people believe in the project. And we can reproduce it because this system is now a system. It's totally proven, it's certified, everything. So we aren't going to export it to different countries. Sorry, I forgot Africa. Next time I will put it there. Sorry. But that's what we're busy with. And you can see it already in Knokke, Heist, in Belgium, over there. I don't know if they know it, but it will be there very soon. And we won a competition in Münster, in Germany. So we're working together again, but with a different attitude with our colleagues in other countries. And this is also the same structure as Saba, but then in an existing gas holder in collaboration with Peter Bastian Architects. We are now, we have a lot of work at the moment. That's really strange because in Holland, in Netherlands, I'm from Netherlands, Rotterdam, there's not so much work. Because we became our own client, we have a lot of work. These are the projects we are working on, and they're all feasible. And there's also a lot of social housing and care housing there. So it's possible, but you have to change the business model of the client and become your own client. Okay, that's very short. The SAWA concept stands for carrying forward European values in the UAE and beyond. Of course, it's not European values, but also African values, world values. People who take care of society. That's the most important thing, and people. And that's, I think that's the archetype for the new European Bauhaus principles. And we must work on that and become independent as architects and not let us be suffering as a victim to the clients to say it's not possible, because everything is possible. That's it.
Thank you very much, Robert. If you just stay with us and we could take one question, because Joy is back online and we don't want to lose Joy. But is there one question in the room? If so, please put up your hand and the microphone will go round. You can see really the new European Bauhaus values of beauty, inclusivity and sustainability in that SAWA building, which no doubt is coming to a city near you over the next decade. So I don't see anybody in the room. Lucas, anybody online? No, Jacques. Would you like to bring a microphone for Jacques? One question, and then we'll go back to Joy.
You leveraged the first round of investment for that project, in the sense that as architects, very often the challenge to work as your own client, the challenge is to get to that first round, to get to that first intervention.
I have to give a bit, but normally you have the forward funding that the money gets around. It's about, in the Netherlands, it's about 20,000 euros per apartment. So it was 2 million you have to invest in it. And the half of the money, but I can give more information if you want, because it needs more information to give to you, but a very short way. The half of the money are the consultants, but also the reservation costs for the ground, those things. And the other half is the money for the developer. And mostly it's 5% of the total amount of costs. So that was 1 million euros or something at the moment. But we were the developer, so we could get the money in the end. So we invested our hours, they were for free, 2 days a week. And we managed to develop this project. And the co-developer, we had a co-developer, we did 4/5 of the costs came to us, and 1/5 was the controlling developer. He said they never have seen a project so fast proceeding. So architects can do good development, I think.
Thank you, Robert, very, very much. A round of applause. And Robert is here and can answer many of your questions. You'll see that Joy is back. Joy, we had a great line with you. You were talking about the local context. I know that you've got some photos of the art centre. Would you like to explain the work that you have been doing with this Swedish architectural firm? And perhaps we can see some photos of it.
Yes, thank you. And sorry for that line dropping off. I think we can move to the next slide, because I was about to talk about the nature of the client then. And in our relationship with White, I think what we all quickly understood is that the client is actually the people of Nairobi. So while through the Go Down Art Center, we were probing this question around identity and belonging, of course, in the city, it's a question that speaks to all of us. Who are we in the city? And I think that some of the things that, as a partner, that White enabled and actually opened doors for us in terms of us investigating this question was to be able to bring their tools and approaches in workshops that embraced a very diverse stakeholder base. And some of that stakeholder base included residents. Some of it included artists, of course, who are our primary constituent. And a very important one, of course, also included city officials. Because here, even though in our policy in the city we have a stipulation that people should participate in any activity, public space, public planning activity that is going to impact them, it was not something that the city knew how to do. And I think that through through the practices of White, in terms of their workshop approaches, and also through our own strategy of working with festivals and working with exhibitions, we began to show the city how you can mobilize people in different ways in order to bring on board their opinions and their thought. I think what was actually very special and important here is that every year, White would come into the territory and we'd advance a certain aspect of this question of identity and of understanding the city. At one point in these travels that they were making and these visits and workshops that they were coming and co-producing with us, the city had embarked on creating its own integrated master plan. And one of the studies that we had been doing with White was the study around the railway station area, which is adjacent to our art center. It's the historic heart of the city. And in studying that and looking at that and thinking about how it could change, we were able to propose and submit a proposal into the city's integrated new plan around how that whole area could change, how that whole area could be developed. And now this matter has been picked up again by the city, and I can see elements of the thinking that happened with White, all of that almost 10 years ago, sitting in that new master plan today. But if I can move on to the next slide. So the residents then are actually the client, and it turns out we are the intermediary through them. So after doing all of the macro studies, and the map that you're seeing over there just sort of indicates the territory that we're looking at, that we spend quite a bit of time on. The red aspect is where the go-down is based, and then the green line that moves from the go-down heading sort of northwest is a street, a major axis that we studied with White that we called the axis. It links the area south of the go-down, which is residential, into the central business district, which is the northern area. And I think one of the things that this enabled us to do was to have conversations around city identities with diverse stakeholders before we even came to the discussion around the redevelopment of the new building itself. And the image that you see on the side over there is the render of the new Go-Down Art Center that was designed or conceived by White. And of course, this was also another one that has won an award before it is built, and we're actually very proud of that indeed. But I think that one of the values, then, if we can talk about what value did this enable us as a client, is that in co-implementing these various activities with different stakeholders, we began to widen our networks as the Go-Down Art Center. This was important to us. We began to build traction with the city officials as well, a certain legitimacy around the work that we do and the questions that we're raising. So much so that they then included us in some of their working groups where they need to bring in culture, where they need to bring in the cultural lens, where they need to bring in community, and where they need to think about mobilization. So this advanced our own agenda around being able to ask questions in the right places about where is Nairobi headed, what is the identity of Nairobi, what does urbanism mean in Nairobi today, and therefore to build an art center in Nairobi, what does that mean to build an art center in Nairobi today? We can move to the next slide. So I think that for White, and I'm sure that they can speak for themselves, but some of the things that I saw just in terms of the exchange, if you're looking at barriers and some of the challenges, I think culturally at a number of different levels. I mean, the pace of Nairobi is a slow pace. Nairobi, we had a joke between us where, you know, our White collaborators would say that when they're in Sweden, they talk about the weather, and when they come to Nairobi, they talk about the traffic. And I think that the traffic is symbolic of the snarl that you find across many layers of how Nairobi works or doesn't work. That many things are actually a traffic jam in a certain way. So where you might have a plan or a project that you're hoping to make good traction on within a space of, let's say, 10 months, I think you need to change the word months in Nairobi to years. And really think about the long term and have the patience of the long haul. And I'm amazed at actually the patience that White has shown in this entire process. But I think that it is because of their approach that it is not just about the building, but it is also around building networks. It is also around looking at macro questions. It is also around giving capacity to their local partners around using these tools themselves as well to be able to ask these questions, I think that huge value was nevertheless delivered in that process that is slow. We can move to the final slide, I think, or close to the final slide. Now, one of the big impacts, I think, was on the local firm and the local practice itself, because our experience of architects locally is one where the architect knows everything. They will tell you this is what you need to do. They'll pick up the brief, and you'll see them when you see them, and you might sort of try and squeak and say, I think that is probably not what we should do. Maybe we can change this. And they know everything. But I think that here, the white approach began to sort of suggest and show that we can all be collaborators in a question together. And our local architects, I think, have really seized on this. Our local architects in other aspects of the work that we're doing, that we're not doing directly with white, have now taken on board exactly the same approaches. Who are the stakeholders who need to be in this conversation? How do we bring them on board? How do we understand and hear from them? What are the tools that we have that we can use as architects that brings their thinking closer to us so that we can actually respond to their questions, to their needs, and to their desires? And one good example is the design of the street right outside the Godan Art Center, where the local architect has actually been key in working with the local community, with ourselves, with artists, to try and see how these communities that earn a livelihood off of the street, that use and move up and down the street, are key individuals in inputting into the design and vision of the street itself. Then the other level, I think, is for us ourselves as a client. What has happened now is that the Go Down actually has a division, a part of our work, which we call Go Down Urban. And here we begin to look at urban questions a little bit more deliberately through the lens of culture, of course, but sort of saying, what does it mean to be urban in very strategic ways? So we work with universities, faculties of architecture in particular, to try and see how there can be a knowledge sharing with young professionals, with young would-be planners, young would-be architects, so that as they come out into the profession, they're hopefully looking at things in a more open-minded and collaborative way. And this has been important for us to just expand our own practice as an art center. But the bigger built environment as well, I think, in Nairobi has also been impacted because we are now able to have conversations with the built environment space, have dialogues with them around what does it mean to work in a different way with our architectural practice. So while we set off to do one thing with white, I can say that the impact and their endurance and staying with us, staying the course with us, has actually had a massive ripple effect across the built environment in Nairobi, our own work particularly, but also our local partners as well. And thank you very much. I think I will stop there.
Thank you, Joy, very, very much indeed, for that very important two-way process. Let me ask, I'm sure there's lots of questions, but I will ask just for one because we've got some other speakers waiting online and we want to make sure that they stay in the waiting room and don't give up. Is there one question in the room that you would like to ask Joy? Great to hear a client perspective and also the learnings from the Kenyan architects and also the Swedish architects. Anything, Lucas, online? Okay. Well, Joy, thank you so much for sharing that experience. And I'm sure that the next time I'm in Nairobi, I want to go and find your art center. That's for sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're very well. Thank you.
So we now go on to session 3, which has been called, in fact, I think this title could be improved, couldn't it? Exploring the EU instruments contributing to the internationalisation of European businesses. In fact, it is going to be full of useful information. We're going to hear, first of all, from 3 experts from DG Trade, Thibaut, Jacob, and I believe Claire is here in the room. Hey, thank you, Claire. And they are going to say what they do to encourage European businesses to export. So Thibaut, if you're online, would you like to begin?
Good afternoon. Yes, indeed, I'm online and I'm happy to kick off. Yes.
Please
So,
start.
thanks a lot indeed. So my name is Thibaut Botson. I work for the Director General for Trade. And I'm grateful for the invitation from the Architects Council of Europe to present a specific tool that we have been developing for the past couple of years. The tool is called My Trade Assistant for Service and Investment. And that's a tool we believe that can be indeed very useful for architects who want to export services, who want to sell services to clients located in third countries. What I'll do in my presentation is two different things. The first one is I'll briefly explain what are the objectives pursued with this tool, My Trade Assistant for Service and Investment. And then I'll take a couple of minutes to give you a live demonstration of how to use My Trade Assistant for Service and Investment. So the first point on the objective, well, we realized that one of the main challenges that service suppliers in general, but also architects more specifically, one of the challenges that they would face when willing to export service to clients in third countries would be indeed to access information on the specific conditions, on the specific requirements that they need to fulfill when exporting the services. To be concrete, we are talking about licensing authorization, we are talking about licensing authorization, registration, about recognition of qualifications and the like. And indeed, it's not always easy for European businesses to find the information. Why? Because either the information is located in different places, or because the information is technical, or because the information is not in a language that they can speak. So for all these different reasons, we thought, okay, it would be good to bring together all these pieces of information and to provide them on a dedicated platform. And this dedicated platform is indeed My Trade Assistant for Service Investment. On the scope, the platform does include specific practical information that will help architects, among other professions, that will help architects having a better understanding of the practical conditions that they need to fulfill when exporting services. Exporting services currently in 4 different countries, so the scope of the platform is limited to 4 countries, namely Switzerland, the United Kingdom, Japan, and Canada. So if architects in the room or beyond, members of the organization, want indeed to provide architectural services in one of those 4 countries, then they will find practical information that will help them in doing so on My Trade Assistant for Service Investment. The scope is currently limited to 4 countries. We are now working on extending it to another 4 countries. And by the end of this year, by the end of 2024, the objective is to have on the top of the 4 countries I already mentioned, to have also United States, China, Norway, and Hong Kong. So that's, in a nutshell, the objectives and the scope covered by My Trade Assistant for Service and Investment. Now that's I'm starting with my second point, a live demonstration of how to use the tool. And for this, I'll share my screen. So, sure. I hope you can see my screen indeed. If not, please shout, but I take that you can see it indeed. So, to access the tool My Trade Assistant for Service Investment, users have to connect to the Access to Markets webpage of the European Commission. So they have to search for it, and then to find this access to markets page, they can Google that. And then when landing on the page, they scroll down and they see here indeed that they reach the My Trade Assistant section. And the second tab, and I'm clicking on it, is indeed dedicated to service and investment. Then they have to fill 3 different boxes in order to refine, to clarify the search that they want to launch. The first one is that they are indeed interested in the supply of architectural services. Then they have to select the country to which they would like to export those services. Let's say that you want to export to Switzerland, you have a client there and you wonder about the specific requirements, the specific conditions that you need to fulfill. And then the third box relates to the jurisdiction. Here you have to select the specific place where your client is located. That's important. Why? Because when it comes to the supply of services, this may be regulated both at the national level, but also sometime at the subnational level. That's why you have to indicate where exactly at the subnational level you want to export services. Let's take here an example from the capital. So your client will be located in Bern in the Swiss capital. And so you start the search. Then you reach the results page. So you have here the results for architectural service in Switzerland, Bern. And you have in front of you specific practical information on the different requirements that you need to fulfill. This information is displayed according to the mode of supply through which you will want to provide the services. So you will provide it either cross-border or through commercial presence or through movement of professionals. So in a nutshell, what are these 3 different modes of supply referring to? Well, movement of professional reflects the situation where you or some of your staff will move to the country where the client is located to supply the service there on the ground. So let's think that you are based, for instance, in Germany, in France, in Spain, in Italy. Then you will travel to Switzerland to supply the architectural services there to the client in Bern. Commercial presence, that's another way of supplying the service. That's when you decide to establish in the third country, and you will supply the service through, for instance, the branch that you will have there in the third country. Cross-border supply, that's the third option, is when you decide to stay in your country, the client stays in his or her country, and only the service cross the border. So practically it means that you will perhaps send the plans via email to your client in Bern. So you have to select the mode of supply that will indeed correspond to the way through which you will provide the service. Here, let's imagine that you will indeed stay in your country, the client will be in Bern, and you will send the plans via email, for instance. Then you stay here, and you have on the left-hand side the different types of market access conditions, the different types of requirements that will apply to you. You would like, for instance, to have more information about the specific licensing, authorization, and registration requirements that you need to fulfill if you want to supply architectural service cross-border. And you scroll down, you have the specific explanation here. So it says for Bern, here it says that no licensing, authorization, or registration requirements for architectural service providers were found for this canton. It also says, for instance here, for further information on the professional qualifications required, see the section professional qualification under temporary movement of professionals. So it says that if you want further information on qualifications required, you can go to professional qualification under temporary movement.
So thank you, Thibault, for all of that information. Could you just conclude, because I think everybody has about 7 minutes and there's 5 more speakers after
No
you.
problem. So I was about to conclude indeed to say that we have been developing this tool, My Trade Assistant for Service Investment, which is relatively intuitive. I would invite you to take a few minutes to use and to try and use it. And the current coverage of the tool is indeed the following: Switzerland, UK, Canada, and Japan, and we will add another 4 countries by the end of this year. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Thibault, for taking us through that demonstration of the Access to Markets tool. We now have online Jacob Cornides, who's a policy officer and who's going to talk about the My Trade Assistant for Procurement tool. So it's how to participate in foreign public procurement tenders. Jacob, the floor is yours.
Yes, hello. I see myself on a very, very large screen, which is of course much bigger than if I were there in nature. So you're probably gaining something by me not having come to the location. My intervention will be much on the same line as that of Thierry before, and I'll not eat up a lot of your 7 minutes, but just let me share my screen as well. And then you would see, I hope, you should see the website which I have just open here. Ah, yeah, okay, that's how I see. So you should see the Access to Procurement main page now, which Thierry has also already shown you, and there's a rider, a tab dedicated right next to services dedicated to procurement. This is the Access to Market procurement tool called Access to Procurement. And as it now stands, it is there to help entrepreneurs from the EU to find out whether a given public procurement in a third country is open to their participation. With open to their participation, I mean that it is covered by one of the trade agreements we have concluded that guarantees for European enterprises a free and equal access to public procurement in third countries. Usually that is on a reciprocal basis, and we have quite a lot of these agreements which are there to create business opportunities for our goods and services suppliers. Now, this tool is relatively new, and so far it exists only in relation to 3 countries. We are going to add more and more countries, one after the other. The first one was Canada, then we added Japan, because these were the 2 most important trade agreements we have recently concluded with the greatest trade volume. And then, of course, we added also the United States, simply because the United States is important. Next country would be the United Kingdom, I hope, and then after that, Switzerland, reflecting their importance in the EU's trade relation. Now, I'll just give you a very, very short demonstration. If it's only 7 minutes, you will then have to find out for yourself. But let's just pick Canada, and you will quickly see how this works. Up here, you have a path with several stations, and essentially you have to select a country. You have to provide the basic information about the procuring entity that has published the tender, the estimated value, and the kind of good or service that is being purchased. Now, in Canada, we have around 8,000 entities in Canada in our database, but just let's pick one, say at federal level. Let's say it could be a government department. Let's see what we have there. Yeah, okay. So here we have, let's say, the Department of Canadian Heritage, and you might assume that these guys from time to time would need an architect. So we select them. Let's assume they have published a tender that might be of interest because it's on services. And yeah, you have to indicate the estimated value of the tender in Canadian dollars, which I think you may do because you have read the tender, you know what it is about, and you have, as a professional, maybe a good estimate what it is worth. So let's say it is 1 million Canadian dollars. This is immediately converted into so-called special drawing rights, which is the international currency basket that is used for our trade agreements. So we know the value, we know it is about services. Then when it is about services, we also have to pick the services from the list of covered services. There is a certain difference because in our trade agreements, usually we do cover the procurement of all goods, but not of all services. And so, it being about architects, we should probably look for architectural services. They are in our list. And it seems that Canada covers them in principle. So we select these. And then we get some follow-up questions. The follow-up questions each correspond to one or more clauses that are actually in the relevant trade agreements. In this case, we have two trade agreements that are of relevance. One is the WTO agreement on government procurement. The other one is the recently concluded EU-Canada trade agreement called CETA. Now, the question runs, does the tender concern the procurement of goods and services in respect of shipbuilding and repair, including related architectural and engineering services? Well, if it's not about shipbuilding, we say no. We go on and we get a positive assessment. I take a step back. If it were about shipbuilding, we would have clicked yes, and the assessment would be negative. It's as simple as this. The whole system is a bit like, how would I say it, like a skiing race, really, where as a skier you race downhill and you have to pass all the gates, and if you miss out on one gate, you are out. So that's the operation principle here. With our reply to the last question, we have missed the decisive gate, but basically, if we say no here, we pass all the gates and we get a positive reply. At the end, you have also links to relevant legal documents, in this case, the relevant provisions of the CETA agreement, and also some guidance document published by the Canadian government and by the European Commission that will help you to understand public procurement in Canada. So, well, I could now go on making the same representation for Japan and the United States, but I think my 7 minutes are exhausted, and so I will stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jakob, for that very fast and efficient slalom through the procurement tool, which, as you said, is based on the trade agreements that Europe is doing. Thank you very much. And now I'd like to ask Claire Whittaker, who is a trade negotiator of recent foreign trade agreements and provisions on the recognition of qualifications is her subject area. Please, Claire, the floor is yours.
Learning how to use this, but maybe I can introduce myself first. So yes, my name is Claire Whittaker. I work at the Directorate General for Trade at the European Commission. I actually work directly with Thibault. We're both part of the Services and Digital Trade team. And my area of expertise is recognition of professional qualifications in the context of free trade agreements, FTAs. So what I'm going to present today is what we do first of all, for professionals like architects in FTAs, and give you a bit of an insight into what we do, especially in the field of recognition with mutual recognition arrangements. So, this first slide is intended to give you a bit of an overview of what the landscape of FTAs concluded by the EU looks like at the moment. As you can see, we've either got FTAs in place or in the pipeline with all of the largest trade partners of the EU. We've mentioned Canada, Japan. We're negotiating at the moment with India, with Indonesia. So there's a really good network there that we're trying to leverage at the moment, and I think that you got a sense already with the tools that my colleagues presented of the work that we're doing to make these FTAs work for professionals and for companies. So it's not just about concluding them, it's also about making them work. And beyond all of these FTAs, we also have the market access that is provided by the agreements under the WTO, the World Trade Organization. There's a specific agreement for services in the WTO, which provides a kind of basis, even with countries with which we don't have a bilateral FTA, like the US, for instance. So, how do free trade agreements help with recognition of qualifications? So, first of all, the idea behind facilitating recognition of qualifications in regulated professions like architects is obviously to facilitate the supply of services in a foreign market. In regulated professions like architecture, but also others like engineering or even accountants, having your degree, your diplomas recognized is the very first step to provide your services. So obviously, if that's in place, then it's going to be a lot easier to go and supply your services abroad. What we can do at the level of the EU, unfortunately, isn't to directly recognize qualifications in an FTA. So that's not something that we can do for questions of competence, and also simply because we don't have that level of harmonization in the EU ourselves. So in a lot of professions, it's not possible to go to another EU member state and to provide your services without an additional test or a period of supervised practice. So I think for engineering, for instance, there isn't the same level of harmonization in the EU as there is for architects. And so because of that, we can't directly put that in our trade agreements. But what we do instead is that we try to conclude specific agreements as part of an FTA, which are called mutual recognition arrangements. And those are specific arrangements within a given profession by which we give recognition to another partner's qualifications, sometimes under certain conditions, sometimes not. And if there is no FTA in place, that's not to say that we can't conclude some form of recognition of qualifications. That's something that the WTO framework and the Agreement on Trade and Services also provides for. So it's really quite a flexible framework with a lot of potential. So if we're doing this in the context of an FTA, you might already be familiar with the steps that can lead to a recognition arrangement. The idea is that the initiative for a mutual recognition arrangement should always come from the professionals, yourselves, who would come to the parties of the FTA. So on our side, that would be us, the Commission, and then submit your ideas for a mutual recognition arrangement. On our side, we would then have a look at this document, which is called a joint recommendation, and then see whether this this arrangement could have value at the level of the EU and also our partners, and whether the regulatory regimes are actually compatible. Because if the conditions for accessing the profession are too far apart, then it's going to be very difficult to actually agree on a framework for recognition. And then if that all goes well, we come out with a recognition arrangement, which is a legally binding text. Sometimes it's annexed to the FTA, and it's an international treaty between the EU and a third country. So for the moment, we don't have any of these MOAs in place and operating. The only two which have been proposed come from your side, so I'm sure that you're already familiar with them. One is with Canada, and the other one is with the UK, where joint recommendations have been submitted, and we're in the process of either analysing them or trying to get them past the post to actually be applied. So there's been some hurdles with the approval of both of these arrangements, but which I think are very unique to the two partners that we're dealing with. So in the case of Canada, we actually concluded the negotiations on an MRA. The agreement itself is there. We've approved it on the EU side, and we're just waiting for Canada to do the same thing. So Canada, being a federal state, they have they're in discussions with their provinces and territories to see how exactly the MRE should be applied. So that's what we're waiting for. But we really hope that will come to fruition very soon. And then with the UK, we have a slightly different situation where we're coming from a very similar background. When the UK was part of the single market, there was recognition for European qualifications, and I think that's the situation, ideally, that we would like to maintain. Unfortunately, that's not quite the way that it came out from the joint recommendation. So we're working on finding an arrangement that might be agreeable to both sides. And we certainly hope that will also come to a positive outcome. Going forward, I think that I'd like to say a few words about the negotiations which we're now having and other possibilities for recognition arrangements. At the moment, I mentioned already, we're negotiating trade agreements with some very large markets, India and Indonesia, to name just a few. And these are partners that have a very strong interest in recognition of qualifications. I think that, so from their side, they have, both of these countries have a practice of concluding MRAs in a regional context through ASEAN, through APEC, and they see value in trying to conclude these kind of arrangements. Because they have a very different experience with recognition of qualifications than we do, they're sometimes asking for things that we can't do from an institutional perspective. We're trying to find some middle ground, but we see that there is a very strong interest internationally for the conclusion of this kind of agreement. And I think that interest is also shared by European member states. So last year we adopted a package of initiatives at European level on talent and skills mobility. So this included a number of different things. One of them was setting up a talent pool to help foreign professionals find a company to work with in the EU. There was also a recommendation to European regulatory authorities on how to recognize qualifications from third country nationals. And the reasoning behind this is that we need talent from outside the EU to allow us to complete the green transition, the digital transition, and to reach our goals in terms of sustainability and also to remain competitive as a trading bloc. So this is to say that there is a lot of appetite for MRAs within the EU. And I think that as architects, you've already proven that you have the experience with these tools, and you have submitted to us some proposals that we're doing our best to move forward. And I can only encourage you to keep on looking into this, because this is something that we really see has value. And I heard earlier on, architects can make anything possible. Everything is possible with architects, so I look forward to hearing from you very soon.
Thank you very, very much, Claire, for laying down that challenge. So as you see, lots of advice, lots of tools there from DG Trade and some potential new free trade agreements. We're now going to hear from some experts from DG Grow and from the European Innovation Council, an SME's executive agency, ESMIR. And this is all about entrepreneurship. And we're going to be joined online, first of all, by Dana Adriana Puer-Morel, who's a policy officer and who's going to talk exactly about that European Entrepreneurship Competence Framework. So, Dana, thank you for joining us online. You have your 7 minutes. Dana, we have a nice slide. Are you hearing us? Could the team, although it's all dark up in the technical box, so I won't be able to see any signs. There we are, we've got a light. Is she coming? I'm getting lots of body language. Dana, are you with us online?
Yes, I am here.
Good. Thank you, Dana. We can hear you.
Yeah? Okay.
Please start.
Okay. So I'm going to talk to you today about something a little bit different, about the entrepreneurship mindset. So what you see here on the screen, we have this framework. It's a competence framework. So we believe that all citizens in Europe and all professions, so you included, should have this entrepreneurship competences. And you can always already go to the next slide, maybe even play the video that's on the next slide. I'd like to show you a video on the European competence framework for entrepreneurship.
Can you play the video, please? It's the next slide.
Yes, thank you.
No, I'm afraid, Dana, the video doesn't work. So perhaps you could move to your next slide or just tell us briefly about what was in the video.
We move to the next slide, and you can play the video when you get the slides. So what we believe is that entrepreneurship is about action, and it's about seeing opportunities and ideas. I'm sure in your profession you talk a lot about ideas and opportunities, but we have to transform them into value for others. And this value can be a different type. If you can go to the next slide, please. So when we created this entrepreneurship competencies in 2016, together with other competencies for lifelong learning, we believe that this competence is what you see here on the screen: creativity, self-confidence, opportunity, sense of initiative, perseverance, that everybody has to get a chance to acquire these competencies and to have the competencies. And especially attitude towards failure, which is not taught so much in school. I don't know how it is in your profession, but we try to encourage entrepreneurs to fail, look at the lessons learned, and then try again. So this attitude towards failure is important here in Europe. And I've heard my colleagues before talk about the other parts of the world. So I can tell you, for instance, in the US, the attitude towards risk is different. So that's why the entrepreneurship setup there is different. So this is why we're determined to, in a sense, help Europe and European citizens become more entrepreneurial. I hope this will help you as architects also to become more entrepreneurial. And I have this slide that's from author Martin Lakeus to talk about the values you can bring. So economic value is easy. Everybody talks about economic value for yourself or for the others. But the enjoyment value, and I hope that in your profession you get to meet and to honor this enjoyment value, is to create something for the fun of it, because we like it, because it produces joy. So that's another kind of value. Then you have the social value, and social value, we tend to talk a lot about it here in Europe, for instance, as opposed to the US. It's making other people better off, helping them with their suffering. Then we have a harmony value. something that's bigger than us. And for instance, we have as an example here, climate change. So we want to create something because of this harmony value. And last but not least, we have something called the influence value that's related to someone's influence or legacy. And as you know, in today's context, this can be also negative. It's not necessarily always positive. So we can go to the next slide. Thank you. You have to click a few times. It's more interactive. It's too bad I couldn't be there. So no, but, yeah, thank you. Thank you. So entrepreneurship is a competence. So this is what I like to tell you today, that it is transversal. It applies to everybody, to all walks of life, to all the worlds of education and work. So it applies to your profession as architect. So I hope that you'll use it to improve this creation of actions for value in your profession. So we can say that entrepreneurship is nurtured through value creation, and it can be individual or collective. Okay, next slide, please. Thank you. So I wanted you to see it. So this is the what we call Entrecomp. It's the short for European Entrepreneurship Competence Framework. It has 15 competencies grouped in 3 areas. And you see that you have ideas and opportunities. And though you have their creativity, vision, valuing ideas, ethical and sustainable thinking, and I saw it on a few slides before in this conference. Then you have the resources that are really important. And if you look here on the bottom, there are the individual resources, the inner resources, motivation and perseverance, self-awareness and self-efficacy. And then you have financial and economic literacy. I have to say here that I also work with women and girls. And for women, financial literacy is very important because it's not taught in school. So I don't know how you're doing in the architecture profession with this financial literacy, but it's really important to have it. And then mobilizing the resources that are available and mobilizing others. How do I work with others? These are the resources. And then, as I said in the beginning, it's important to put all this into action. If I don't put it into action, I will not create value. So I will not have an entrepreneurial action. So into action, you have planning and management. I'm sure you know, I heard a very nice talk earlier about that. Working with others in a team. Learning through experience, this has become very important, and here it's including the experience of failure. And we're trying here in the European Union, we're trying to reform a little bit the curriculum in formal and informal learning to put more accent on the experience, not what we can learn in school and memorize by heart. Taking the initiative is something we work a lot with younger people. And then coping with ambiguity, uncertainty, and risk. And this is, again, something that's maybe a little bit newer here in Europe, but it's really important to know our attitudes toward risk. And on the next slide, thank you, you can see that these 15 competencies actually have 60 thematic threads. So they kind of multiply. I'm showing you only a few here. So for instance, creativity has be innovative, define problems, developing ideas, or mobilizing resources. You can see manage resources, you use resources responsibly, or working with others, accepting diversity, for instance. So these make up a lot of learning outcomes. This could be important to you if you use this in a training setting, but you don't have to. I want to show it to you here because I will be putting some material. So if you're interested, you can look at those materials. So next slide, please.
And you have about a minute, Dana.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I wanted to, this I will show, if you can keep clicking, I want to show you just the progression model here. This is more for study when you get the slides, or yeah, so you can continue. It's just to show you that it goes from simple to complicated. No, a slide before, if you can still stay. Yeah, here. I took one thread, creativity, and I wanted to show you how it goes from foundation to intermediate, advanced, and expert. So you can use this as a progression model in your work. So it's not only those threads that you saw, but you can also use them to start from one and to basically build on the expertise. And you see here the threads in creativity: be curious and open, develop ideas, define problems, design value, and be innovative. I took this creativity here as an example because I believe this is important to your profession. This is just an example. And in the materials that you see on the next slide, in the sources there, you can have a look at all those. So there are examples on how to use it. And again, there are the videos on YouTube on how to basically, you can use this entrepreneurial mindset to add to your profession. You are architects, but you're also entrepreneurs. So to, in a sense, fulfill your full potential by using this Entrepom framework. So I'll end here. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Dana, for taking us through your entrepreneurial framework. Now, I understand that the next speaker, Fatima Veleth, who's a policy officer at Enterprise Europe Network, is with us. Lovely. Philip earlier was mentioning your organization. Please take us through your guidance that you have. Yes.
Okay, now that Dana explained that as architects you are also entrepreneurs, take this step and imagine that if there was someone you could talk to that explains exactly, understands what you need, tries to find partners for your projects, tries to identify what are the markets that would be the best for you, and tries to find even financing sources. Would that be too good to be true? It's not. We do have the Enterprise Europe Network, which is basically a EU-funded network that has, it's a one-stop shop, which is a cliche that you already know, but it's basically a business support service entirely funded by the European Union, so it's free of charge. So you can talk to an advisor and explain, this is where my company as an architect, you can be even a self-entrepreneur, you can be a separate one, but you can also find... Sorry? Yes, okay, closer. Yes, sorry. I'm moving too much, so I need to be closer to the microphone. So, how can you find this Enterprise Europe Network yourselves and to find this support? So this is some figures for the network. We have, in 15 years that this network exists, already supported 835 small companies per year. The formatting does not seem to be very good. We do have a client satisfaction of 92%, which could be 100. That would be the ideal, but there are still some difficulties to overcome. And the main thing being that it is a network that is based, that is present geographically. You can find a EN advisor in every single EU member state. There's the link at the end with the information on the local contact points. You can find them in different cities, in different areas, not just on the 27 member states, but also in 40 countries around the world. So my colleague already mentioned the FTAs. We do have association agreements and cooperation agreements with several countries around the world. And we have basically a budget of 164 million per year to provide this support. What is it basically? So you can see that there are the EU members, the 27 EU member states. Internationally, there's one association agreement that is currently being signed, which is in Australia, which you can combine so many different self-learning and self-use tools that all my colleagues have already mentioned. But you can talk to someone about this. I want to go into Australia. What can you tell me about Australia? You can use the tool, you can use all the different tools, but you can approach an EN advisor and say, what would be my best approach as an architect? And they can create a business plan for you. They can show what would be the best ways to associate with other architects, to find public procurement, to find different information. This Enterprise Europe Network is about innovation and internationalization. So that was the core of the network since the beginning. We have evolved into several other services and advice that the network provides. But basically, this is the motto. So enhancing SMEs' potential to innovate, grow, and develop new products, services, and business models. Not just your service as an architect, but consider mostly the sector that you work on or in is construction. There are connections to other sectors, to public procurement. You are dealing with a lot of big enterprise, big networks, big consortia. So directly you have some contacts, you have some information, but this network can help you find associates, find partners, find new information. And we have heard already, I wasn't there for the entire duration, but basically you have heard the major priority nowadays, which is sustainable business models, not just for your own clients, but also for you yourself as entrepreneurs, because this is the mindset you also need to consider, that you are an entrepreneur as well. So keep it in mind. Recently, there are so many challenges that architects have been already adapting to resilience, to a resilient mindset, meaning that there are new challenges for the way the public space is used, the way materials are being used differently. So this is something that our business network advisors are fully aware, have the information. If they don't have it, they'll find it for you. And this is, okay, I know it's too good to be true, but it does exist. And another aspect of the network is actually finding business partners in the entire value chain, which is not only suppliers, but associates and clients. How? And also the digital version to tailor the digital solutions to your business needs as an entrepreneur, as an architect, but also to your client's business needs, and to find additional information for this. Again, we do also provide advice on EU funding instruments and other financial support tools from the entire scale, from the pure public support through public procurement, but also through grants, free money, but let's say a bit more expensive money, which is the private investment. So venture capitalists, consortia, all kinds of possibilities from 0 to 100% free, private, public combinations. They'll try to find the best solutions because they have access to some of the information directly that it would probably take a lot of time or much more time for you to find on your own, individually. And not the least complicated is to navigate the EU legislation, rules and formalities, and address the single market obstacles. My colleagues from DG GROW are basically, it's the name of the Directorate General, single market, internal market, entrepreneurship. So it's the entire set of regulations and opportunities. That's also what you need to consider. These are opportunities as well. Again, do consider that even if you are a one single person entrepreneur, or a company, or as an architect, you are individually incorporated, or depending on the way it is functioning in your own country, the rules and regulations about the frameworks. It is possible also, and this is one of the main areas of the Enterprise Europe Network, is to scale up and grow internationally. So there are thematically associated advisors that are specialists. It does not necessarily mean that the first person that you talk to will provide you all the answers. This is sort of the central point. They'll direct you to other specialists that can provide all the answers that you need, or at least do their best to try to find all the answers in this case.
Fatima, thank you very much for showing us what the Enterprise Europe Network can do for SMEs.
There should be a last slide with all the contacts.
Okay, which
should be okay.
I think the slides will be made available to people.
Yes.
So our last speaker is Ike Ayebe, who is from ESMA, and there was lots of questions about intellectual property, and you are from the International IP Help Desk, so I'm sure there's going to be a lot of interest in what you say.
Indeed, thank you. Thank you very much for the introduction. My name is Iker Ayerbe. I work in ISMEA, so this is the executive agency for the EIC. and SMEs. Actually, I work in the same unit that is in charge of implementing the coordination of the EN. So I can guarantee that the EN can help, and the EN helps a lot. So I'm sure that most of you, if you are dealing with your particular stakeholders in your regions, you may know already some of the EN nodes. And it's important to mention that this is a free service. And the one that I'm going to mention now as well is a free service. So it's always good to have a look, to make a call, to contact them and see what they can offer you. That many times you can be surprised what they can offer you. So in my intervention now, I wanted to specify this service that has been running for many years already. So basically, the Commission trying to support entrepreneurs or businesses, companies to internationalize. They give a wide range of support and in different aspects, and IP and the protection or the valuing the knowledge of companies is a very relevant point. And therefore, what the Commission had identified is certain areas, regions in the world where bad faith infringements are more common, and where entrepreneurs, European companies may need additional support in order to well plan what they're going to do, how they're going to tackle entering the market in those countries. Therefore, what we have in place is 6 different IP helpdesks, international IP helpdesks. We have the one for the internal market, so the European SME helpdesk, but then we have the China IP helpdesk, the one tackling Latin America, Southeast Asia, India, and Africa. What does it consist? I will not get into the details why IP matters, why it's important. I know very well that you all know it. But what is the service about? So here you see the geographical distribution. So basically, organization entities, SMEs that are willing to do business, they're already doing business in those regions, will be the target audience. So you could be, as it shows here, established, potentially interested, already working in the region. What is the philosophy of the IP helpdesk? So provide IP capacity building and IP asset management, solution-oriented, jargon-free, hands-on, easy to understand, supported by a very large pool of IP experts. So each of the offices has a small team of IP experts, but then this is supported by a very large pool with a specific expertise. And then, of course, a lot of collaboration between the different IP helpdesks to encourage them and to improve the services that they are providing lately to European SMEs. So in detail, what are the services? You can have a helpline. You can contact the different IP helpdesks with your question, the problem you are facing. They will reply in 3 days' time. You can set up a one-to-one consultations with an IP advisor that will hear you, could be 1 hour, 2 hours, and discuss your problem and how could be tackled. Then dedicated trainings and events. Trainings many times are in collaboration with other entities, but could be tailor-made for a specific domain, sectors, profession. So it could be a tailor-made training organized for the architecture sector. And then events, they are very active. They participate in a wide number of events in Europe and also in the target countries. So mostly many companies that go to trade fairs in the target countries will find somebody representing the international IP helpdesk. Then, of course, publications. There's a wide range of publications from guidebooks on specific issues. So imagine on the Chinese market, how to access the Chinese market, how to participate in trade fairs. That is one of the recent publications that have been done in collaboration with another initiative we have that is called the SME Center in China, where there's a specific guide, 20 pages, where it explains which are the main issues you have to think about when you go to a trade fair in China, for example, that maybe is one of the most delicate countries. How to think about all the knowledge that you have created, how to protect or take care before entering into any collaboration with a local partner, etc., etc. And then, of course, then on the website that you can find additional information that could be interesting for you. As I said, this is free of charge. first-line IP support, fully confidential and to the point. The inquiry help desk is you will get a reply in 1, 2, or 3 days maximum. You can contact them through email, phone, or the website. And they speak several languages. You see, you can contact them in English, Spanish, French, German, and Portuguese. This is a first-line support. So, of course, there are some limitations. This service is not there to just disrupt the already existing market of IP specialists, IP lawyers. So what the IP help desk could give you is an orientation, some guidance, where to go, what to do. But if you really want to get into, imagine, patenting one of your creations or getting into, let's say, a legal case with, from an infringement or enforcement case, that can only be provided by a lawyer. But for your profession, that many times you participate in public tenders, or you participate in competitions with your design, the IP help desk are there to advise you how to let's say, participate and which are the things you have to take into consideration before actually participating. As an example, to conclude, last year there was one case, I think it's the only one recently, but it was a case of an Italian architect that his design was stolen in China in a competition, and the IP service provided some certain support. We are now following the company the architect to understand what is the situation right now. But this is the type of service that they will provide you without any problem, and as I said, very, very fast. Just to conclude, as I said, in the website you can find all the publications that are very relevant and very easy to read. Here the links of the different IP help desks and the website. We have one common website for the 6 regions. And I only invite you to have a look, to contact them, to understand for what, let's say, or how helpful they could be for your services if you are willing to go international to these regions. So that's all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I'm sure it's very reassuring that there is this support that's available. Of course, you may need a lawyer, but it is the first line of contact. So lots of food for thought there, lots of information that's available from these organizations, DG Grow, DG Trade, Enterprise Europe Network, ESMA, as we've just heard with this IP help desk. I understand, though, that there is a Belgian architect in the audience who has a very important information announcement for us. Axel? Are you in the audience, Axel Polis? Would you like to come on stage? Because I believe that you have some good news for us. I'll say it from here. But you'll need a microphone. You'll need a microphone. Are you sure you don't want to come on stage? Because it's such good news that you might want to be here.
Well, but it's fine here. So, we have a nice event this evening in the former stock exchange in the city center of Brussels. But the big question is how to get there. The most easiest thing that you can do is take bus 71, and how that you have to do that. I've been... I've placed some papers here in the coffee break area, 5, 6, on which you can see the walking route towards the bus stop, and it's the bus stop Musée d'Ixelles. There you have to take bus 71 to the ending, which is De Broeckère, and then you're really in the city center of Brussels. And from there on, it's 300-400 meters to the stock exchange. In fact, you can't miss it. But anyway, I've put it in the breakout room so that you can see over there what to do. I have other good news, and that is that I have some bus tickets for the people who are enrolled to the event. Maybe there are other people who haven't enrolled yet. We can fix that, but please pass by, give me your name, and so the organization over there knows how much people we can see over there. So during the coffee break, I'll be handing over bus tickets to those who want a bus ticket.
And to go to the Belgian Beer
Voilà.
Festival, indeed. Absolutely. Thank you, Axel. I'm sure there'll be many takers. And
Yes.
as you can see, it is now time for coffee.
I
Please
have
come back at 3:45. Axel, you wanted to say something?
It
La
is,
Bourse.
yeah, it is Beurs. It is Belgian Beer World. That's the name of the museum kind function that's in the building now.
Okay, the Belgian beer world, if you want to know anything about Belgian beer,
But everything-
you sort of know what Axel looks
Everything
like,
is on
and
paper,
he'll do
and
that.
I have some extra some extra papers for those who want an extra paper to find the route.
Okay, lovely. See everybody at 3:45. Thank you.
Pablo?
Hello.
Can you, well, yes, you can hear me.
Yes, hello, Madeleine.
Well, so eventually I couldn't make it going there because I had too many things to do today in Paris. So
Yeah, it's
thanks to you, I allowed myself to be online.
I am in Milan right now in the Salone.
Ah, pour le salon du design.
Oui.
Design Week.
Oui.
I could have been there too, but I had too many things to do in Paris, as I told you. I was invited last night, so once I imagine I would go to Milan and then to Brussels and back to Paris, and in the end I stayed in Paris.
Wishful thinking, no?
That's right, that's right. Oh. Well, it's half an hour anyway, right?
I think it's 45 minutes, but I don't know.
45? I thought it was 30 minutes. Well, we'll see. We'll talk anyway. You know, in France, we have a working group on the value of architecture, on the economy of architectural firms. And we have an international commission. And in that international commission, they are going to study a few. I've been asking to do some benchmarking to see how our European counterparts are working, you know, overseas. And they eventually decided they would study Spain, so we might be in touch again.
Okay, perfect. But you know, we are.
I have a strong voice, but it does help for the online audience when they switch me on. So I've now been switched on. Online audience, thank you very much for joining us again for the last session. For everybody in the room also, I have acquired a rather smart mobile phone. It's much smarter than mine. So I'm just wondering whether anybody wants and is worried that they have left their mobile phone where we had lunch. There's something written in French, but just to say if you're panicking that you've lost your mobile phone, it's here, okay? Otherwise, it goes back with me to Switzerland. So, our last panel discussion, and indeed we've heard all through the day what ACE has been doing to encourage architects to internationalize, what is being done at a European level, and now we're at a national level. So on stage with me is Philip Stedden. Again, he's got a different hat This time, he's not in the Internationalisation, a new business model working group, but he is in the Netzwerk Architektur Export, which is the German network for architecture exchange, the NACS, as it's known, and it supports some 200 people from more than 60 architectural practices. And it helps them find new markets abroad, mediates contacts between domestic and foreign colleagues, builders and investors, and basically promotes the brand Architecture Made in Germany. Now, we have online, and we won't be able to see both of them at the same time, unfortunately, technically, so we'll have to be very clear in the way that we switch from one to the other. We have Philip's counterpart, I would say, in France, Madeleine Hubard. No, that's not Madeleine, that's Pablo. So I told you this was going to be tricky. Shall we try for Madeleine Hubard, who is, there we are. That looks more like Madeleine. Let me tell you that she's the Secretary General of the French Architects for Export, which is AFEX, and it's a non-profit association. I hope you can hear me, everybody. It's got more than 200 members, obviously committed to exporting their services. And it's got 120 architectural firms, and that includes firms of architects, engineers, planners, landscapers, interior architects, and all of the professions who are involved in the field of construction. So thank you, Madeleine. We will now switch camera, and we will find Pablo. There we are. Pablo Conde Diaz del Corral, General Director of Business Internationalisation at ISEX Spain Trade and Investment. ISEX is a national Spanish public business entity affiliated to the Ministry of Economy, Trade and Business, and their mission to promote the internationalisation of Spanish companies and foreign investment. So we're going to find out a little bit, first of all, about the two networks, and then we'll go to Pablo as a representative of a promotion export agency. So could I ask us for this to see Madeleine on the screen? Because if we go back to Madeleine, I know that you set up AFEX some time ago. Just briefly tell us, why were you set up, and what was the percentage when you set up of French architects exporting their services, and what's that percentage now?
All right. Hello, everybody. I'm very sorry not to be with you physically, but I hope you will enjoy what I'm going to tell you about. So AFEX was born about 55 years ago, at a moment when France was not so well, as the economy was not fantastic for the architectural firms, and they decided that they wanted to check whether they were good or not at exporting their services. At that time, architecture was under the administration of the Ministry of Public Works, let's say, which is now Ecological Transition. And they made a group, kind of workshop with all the ministries concerned with the exportation of architecture, and also the architects and the representative of the Order of Architects, and a few other institutions, but also architects, as I said. And they saw that the French architects, although they are well known all over the world, just realized 2% of their revenue in exportation, which was very little because the market itself was small. So 2% of a small market was really very small. And they decided altogether, meaning the architect, but also the administrations that were in charge of them, which was the Ministry of Culture and Ministry of Public Works, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, but also Ministry of Economy and Finances. They all together with the Ordre des Architectes, decided to create AFEX to improve this 2% figure.
And has it improved? What is it today?
Well, it has indeed, because we made a study 2 years ago because we really wanted to find out whether we had improved, and we have. because today the last figure we have is 4.2%, which is not bad, but I think we still can improve a lot.
There is potential. Thank you there, Madeline. So, Philip, NAX, the German equivalent, when were you set up? What was the percentage of architects exporting their services then? And what is it now?
How do I switch it on?
It should come on automatically, I'm told. Just start talking.
Now it works. Thank
Yes.
you. Okay. Yeah, Network for Architecture Exchange, as we call ourselves in English. In German, it's called Export Network. So you see it's both inbound and outbound connections. Yeah, it was founded in 2002, so it's a bit older than 20 years. And now the answer is easy because we had FX as a role model, and it was really admired in Germany, and we thought we need something similar to help architects export. But there was also another story, because it was not our invention. It was 3 architectural offices who said we need to have a platform for exchange, because there's lots of information in the market. We have seen many portals also from the EU on the national basis. But sometimes you need a peer-to-peer advice. And so we had the feeling we need something like a platform for architects to exchange about the market abroad. But also in these times, in the early 2000s, the economy was really weak in Germany, lots of unemployed architects, and growing markets abroad. So we saw we regarded it as necessary to promote the export and the international work. And when it comes to success, back then I've looked up the numbers and I was surprised too, because 2002 it was 2% of the revenues coming from abroad. It went up to 3% in 2010. And the latest numbers, it's again back to 2%.
Does that mean the German economy is doing well, and that's why?
I have a hard time to find out what the reason is, but maybe it's also because the domestic demand was pretty strong within the last 10 years, so maybe there was no need to work abroad. But when you look at absolute numbers, from 2010 till today, the export volume grew by roughly 50%, from I think 300 million euros to 400 or 500, depending on how you count. So there's a mixed picture.
It's a mixed picture. Madeline, in a moment we'll get on to what you're doing to boost those numbers, but what would you say from your perspective was the biggest challenge? To a certain extent you've doubled from 2 to 4.2%, but what is the challenge as you see it that makes French architects perhaps reluctant to export their services?
Well, it is not they are reluctant, but they were not trained, in my opinion, for exporting their services, and we had a lot of experiences, but not strategy. The thing is, they sometimes they went abroad because they met someone, and it happened, but there was no strategy. And what we really try to do is to help them on 2 fields. The first one is exactly the same as what Philip was saying, that is to say, exchanging good practices on what happens in the interesting countries where we are needed, where we have a chance of success. So we help them sharing experiences in work groups and all this. And the second thing is the access to information, to the valid information in time. And I'm sure Pablo will understand what I say, because one key of success is certainly to have the information on the markets early enough, in time, to be able to make teams, because in France, as in many other countries, architectural firms are not very big, so they need to go with others, to share experiences, but also references, to be able to be competitive on the foreign market. So 2 challenges, the exchange of experience, and the second one is, but certainly the most important, the access to the right information at the right time.
Understood. Philip, does that resonate with you as the challenge, as you said, it went 2%, 3%, back to 2%? Is it lack of information a lack of training, in fact, Madeleine also said.
I agree on what Madeleine said, but there are additional aspects.
We can't hear you, Philip.
Could you please switch the mic on? Now, yeah. So I totally agree on what Madeleine says, but there are additional aspects. One, of course, is that architectural offices are usually small or medium-sized. So these are no large companies, except for maybe GMP with 500 employees, what we heard this morning. That's an exception. But usually you have small firms that have difficulties going abroad. But when you ask what is difficult, I think it's also a question of policymakers who very much oversee architecture. When we look into Germany, they also have a national export promotion agency. They look very much on automotive, on chemicals, on machinery, but not as much on services, and especially not on architecture. So there is really a need to do something for architects, because I have the feeling sometimes the profession is overseen.
Let's bring in Pablo then, because you're promoting exports from Spain and goods, but also services. First of all, perhaps you can just tell us the architects in Spain, what's the percentage of them that do export their services? Do you know? And do they have the same sort of challenges that we're hearing from Madeleine and Philip?
We don't have the numbers. That's a pity, because as any sector without services, you don't have really the numbers. In goods, it's pretty easy. I can tell you the percentage, but in services, you can't. And I think the challenges are pretty much the same as any creative industry also, because I think one of the main challenges Philip was talking about is the size of the companies. In Spain, we have less than 2 workers per firm. And you cannot be both creative and a company and be going abroad, presenting yourself, and at the same time doing the work in order to be able to be creative. So I think that's one of the main challenges, because as we are the trade promotion agency, we face not only the architecture sector, but many sectors that have the same challenge: how to be a company and be at the same time a creative.
Absolutely.
When we're not big enough. And I think that's, for us as an institution, is the main challenge. How can you help those companies go abroad and be big enough in order to be able to be studying the offers? They have to be presenting themselves and have the information. It's easy, but normally they don't have the size to be investing 400,000 euros in order to be able to present a good offer for a big project of infrastructure abroad. So that's one of the big challenges we face as an institution.
Yes.
That's common to every country, not only to Spain.
Absolutely, because of their size, as you have said. So what support are you offering Spanish architects?
We do support in a lot of ways. For example, right now we are in Salone del Mobile with several Spanish firms that do furniture, but also we bring the architects also here. And they were present we had 4 architectural firms present in some talks that we organize here. And we do that all over the world. And we do some talks normally based on the industry and on the habitat industry, and also on the tiles. And we bring the architects so they can present some projects. And sometimes that gives out the opportunity for those architectural firms to get access to new projects in those countries. We also do a lot of sensibilization and education of the architectural firms, who have a program where they help them organize a development project abroad. So they have the study to do that, and we have some grants also to be able to implant that program to go abroad. So we do have several projects, and they can always use our network of 100 offices abroad to try to find the information or the opportunities they're looking for, or the right partners in any country.
Pablo, your assistants, or perhaps it was you indeed, sent through a photograph. It was called The House of Mirrors, this photograph. Perhaps we can see it, and you can just take us through why this was important and as a support to those Spanish. There we are.
The House of Mirrors.
The House of Mirrors.
The House of Mirrors? Okay, the House of Mirrors is an exhibition we are doing with Interni in Salon de Immobilier right now, which we use an architectural firm from Spain to do the exhibition and to do it. And we have 16 TEL companies also at the same time exhibiting there in the Statale of Milan. And we did the presentation with Interni, and the firm was able to present the project to the press and to the biggest stakeholders here in Milan as a very good opportunity for this small firm to be able to present what the concept of the exhibition and other works they are doing abroad or in Spain.
Thank you. So getting media interest is obviously important, as we see there. Madeline, let's come back to you. I know that AFEX, you do a lot of prizes, a Grand Prix, and I think that there is a photograph too of one of the ways that you support French architects with the Grand Prix. We've got the picture up on the screen, Madeline. Can you talk to us a little bit about this initiative?
Yes, just to let you know, AFEX has a double role. The first one is to help French architects to get better organized, to be more successful abroad, being small or being big, and this we do with the help of our government and of a structure that is similar to Pablo's, which is Business France. And we go with the teams of architects. Last time we went to Saudi Arabia with a team of 30 architects, and I can tell you it's meaningful to go with a group of architects, and not only architects, but also the other professionals that are involved in projects. So this is the first role we have. I told you information, sharing experiences. The second role is to promote French architecture in France and overseas, because ahead of the big stars that are well known internationally, like Jean Nouvel or even Christian Portzamparc. I know that you had Elisabeth de Portzamparc this morning, but Christian has been Grand Prix in 2014. So every 2 years, at the moment of the Biennale de Venise, Venice Biennale, we award Grand Prix AFEX de l'architecture française dans le monde, which values, of course, one Grand Prix, but mostly 10 projects, 10 French projects built overseas by French architects last 2 years. And this, what you see, was the last exhibition of our Grand Prix, which is in Palais Royal. This exhibition is settled here and goes to Mr. Everybody, the wide public going through the Palais Royal, which is not so often, because most of the time architecture is a matter of specialists talking to specialists. Here we are really in the Palais Royal, in the heart of Paris, and everybody can see these wonderful buildings and also these wonderful human adventures that are meant with the building overseas. So that's what we do every 2 years. Awarded in Venice, exhibited in Paris, and after that we propose this to the cultural services of our French embassies, and it goes all over the world. In the embassies that want it, we give them the exhibition, and they print it the way they can, as long as it is correct with the shapes we give them. So that's what we do with Grand Prix AFEX every 2 years.
Thank you. Yes, and indeed, you mentioned Christian Portzamparc, and in fact, there's a new building in Geneva where I live, the Dior building, which I haven't seen, which apparently is absolutely amazing. So an example, definitely, of a successful architect exporting their services. Philip, you obviously also work on promotion, exporting services, and I know that you've sent us a picture of a big exhibition in Germany. Tell us here why it's important.
Well, what you see here is, it's not in Germany, it's on the MIPIM trade show in March in France, in Cannes.
Okay.
But it's called the German Pavilion, and it's the purpose is to do some marketing and networking, and also to show business opportunities. So it's a German Pavilion. We take around 30 architectural offices with us that can take their models and can network there. Also, our federal minister for housing was there. It's the one in the red jacket. We had it's a little conference, was opened by our vice president, Ralf Niebergall, who's sitting right here. So it was a comprehensive trade show, several days. And we get some support from our government. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to afford this, because it's not inexpensive. Let's keep it like this.
And how difficult is it to, when there's a big trade delegation going to somewhere like China, to get an architect on that delegation?
Well, when it's organized by ourselves, it's of course easy. But to bring an architect into a trade mission of our chancellor is not that easy. Right now, our chancellor was in China, and GMP Architects was joining them because they've done a lot of work in China. But it's again, sometimes architects are overseen. So we talk to our ministries and tell them, take some architects with you, because they have nice pictures, then they can present very well. So it makes sense to take them with them. But usually our politicians take CEOs of Daimler-Benz, of Siemens, of large companies, you name it. So for us, it's a challenge to position architects on those trade shows. But when we do our own delegation, it's of course easy. And I just heard from Madeleine that AFEX was in Saudi Arabia. So again, AFEX is a role model, because our trip to Saudi Arabia is just in November this year.
Okay, right, good. Well, there's be some lessons learned, most probably, for both of you. Pablo, what advice would you have then for AFEX and NACS? They're doing a lot. They're doing their best. They're running their own prizes, delegations. They're trying to get they're trying to get architects on ministerial delegations. Pablo, is there anything that they're missing? What could they be doing?
No, I would like to congratulate them for their efforts, because it's not easy. And I think those good practices are very important for the rest of the studies to understand that they have to have an investment plan in order to go abroad. That is not cheap. Exporting your services is really expensive. That you have to become a company and have a business plan in order to go abroad, as any other company. I think that's important, that they are not architects, they are a company. As any other company, they should have that business plan in order to be able to upfront a lot of money, because internationalizing yourself is very expensive. And they should take into account the help our institution as ETHEX or business funds can give you in getting access to that information, getting access to the right people in those countries, because we do that for every company.
So
only for architects. I think that's important. Yes.
But Pablo, I was going to say, I was wondering, where do you see the opportunities? We are hearing a lot. We heard a lot this morning about China, GMP, also 2P Associates, Elizabeth and Christian's company have been in China. Is China still the go-to market, or is with the decline in the Chinese economy, which is a relative decline compared to the rest of the world, is China no longer the place? And do you see other markets for Spanish architects, for example?
I think right now Saudi Arabia, everyone is talking about it because of their big projects they do have. So I think it's always interesting, but they are also looking for very big firms. They are not looking for SMEs normally and for small studies. They would be looking from our experience, Madalena is nodding no, but what we are seeing and what we are getting from the authorities, that they are looking, at least for some of the projects, for big firms, but there is opportunities always in going consortium. And I think you have opportunities pretty much, it depends on what you do have and what your projects look like, because culturally they will be more efficient or have better odds in some countries than in others. Not everything works, or the access you have to the country is the same It depends on what the kind of architecture you are able to and the kind of projects you do, because the sensibilities change between countries.
Yeah, absolutely. Madeline, Saudi Arabia you see as an opportunity. What about the other big markets? India, Indonesia, Nigeria. Where do you see the big markets and opportunities for French architects to export their services?
Well, this is a very difficult question, of course. I think lately we've been to Saudi Arabia 3 times, Philip. It was our 3rd time when we were 30 people coming around. We are creating a real link, a relationship on the long run, and they are very interested in exchanges and also in training. Training is the key word because they want their population to be stronger and to be able to do themselves the things, and that's a good point. So we are trying to collaborate with them and to have interns from the countries we want to export. We want interns here in France, in French companies, so that people get accustomed to our methods, the way we are thinking, the way we are doing architecture. It is like kind of a diplomatic attitude on the long run, which is something we are aiming at. As for the markets, it's a very difficult question. We've been looking at Africa for a long time now, because of course it was there are many countries with whom we've had long-term relationships in the past. So we've gone many times in Ivory Coast, but the market is very difficult, to be honest, and we still have a few interns coming from this country to ours, but it's a little bit difficult. Well, there are some projects, and some of our architects are working there, but I cannot tell you this is what we are looking as a priority now. Next time, every year we try to find 2 countries. We try to make 2 collective missions abroad, lying on with the business friends. And this year we are not going back to Saudi Arabia. We're going to Korea. We're going to Seoul because we think it's a very challenging market because but it's a mature market where we can go and compete. It won't be the same as what it used to be in China, which is no more the case now because China is no longer what it used to be, which was 10 years ago. It was the first destinations for French architecture abroad. But we've looked into Southeast Asia, mostly Vietnam, where we've had a number of projects. And we know by experience that except for very famous architects, America, North and South America are very difficult. I tried to see the whole world. Can you please take the, is that NAX at MIPIM picture?
It would be best if they took that off, as you're not NAX and AFEX,
yes,
wouldn't it? So could we please have that full screen?
Yeah, because it's not relevant.
Would you mind taking off the presentation, please, technicians? And could we just have Madeline full screen?
No, let me tell you also that MIPIM is a trade show that is very important for us, and we are the neighbors. We are really in front. The French pavilion is just in front of the Germans, and we are very happy about it. We've been trying for many years to do things together with NAX. We are very close. Our objectives are very close, and we share a number of ideas, among which the importance of being in MIPIM every year.
Indeed, very close. Indeed, Philip, you said that you're following in the footsteps to Saudi Arabia. I assume you'll be following in the footsteps to Korea. But the same question, any particular market opportunities that you see?
Well, I don't have Korea on my map right now, but maybe it's a good hint from Madeline. Thank you for this. I mean, definitely it has shifted somehow. So China and, of course, Russia as well are not on the focus anymore. The Middle East has gotten more interesting. Besides Saudi Arabia, it's also Egypt might be a market for architects, but also for acquiring talent. There are some German Arab universities that are educating to German standards, so that's easy to employ them. But we also we do a survey every year and asking our members, what markets are you looking at? What is interesting for you? And they told us still USA, India, Canada, and then there are some niche markets. In our network, we have a little office, surprisingly just a few employees, but building bridges in Vietnam. So that was something of a surprise for me. And also we think about going to Kigali in Rwanda, because there's, for city planners, it's interesting. There's a thing called Green City Kigali. So there are also interesting developments. So you need to find interesting countries that are growing, where construction is going on, that need the help of architects, and at the same time find the opportunity.
Yeah. Absolutely. Let me ask, I'm going to go to the audience and see whether they've got any questions for Pablo, Madeleine and Philip. Philip, do you have any questions for Madeleine that you want to share publicly? Because, of course, you know each other very well. Or Pablo?
I would have a question to Madeleine, and my question is language for you...
Could we take that slide away, please? Thank you. The question from Philip to Madeleine.
Does French language play a role when you select markets? Because obviously when you're speaking like English or French, these are global languages, might make it easier for you to work abroad. So is that a reason to have a special emphasis on African countries?
No, of course it is easier. Of course it is easier, but more than the language thing, it's the law that is very much inspired, and the methods that are very much inspired by French ones, more than language. We are now accustomed to English as a global language, as you said, and it is not a problem for our architects. Thanks God, because when I started a long time ago, it was not so easy, but new generation fortunately do speak English, that has won the war of Esperanto. Today English is Esperanto, and we don't select the countries for language reason, more for political reason maybe sometimes. You were talking about Rwanda, be careful, it's a political, it can be politically complicated, Rwanda. So no, French is not a question. More zones of influence of our history, and I must tell you that that is the reason why once, as I said during the preparation of this meeting, we imagined that we could make a network of European architects going overseas. I mean, ahead of the borders of Europe, because we all have zones of influence that we could use and share. Of course, it's easier maybe for friends to go to Africa, because there are, as I told you just now, not only the language, but also the laws and the ways and the practices. But unfortunately, we did not succeed with that network. I hope one day we shall, and maybe this meeting will be the beginning of something.
Well, we can already see the collaboration between AFEX and NACS. Pablo, let me just bring you into the conversation to ask you, do you have any question for Madeleine or Philip, who of course are the architecture experts, or any last point you would like to make before I take audience questions?
No, only to congratulate them again, and we are always open to have recommendation by the industry in order to do better our work, because we are here to help the companies.
Absolutely. Well, this small European network is beginning to form in front of our eyes. Let me ask Lucas whether there are any questions or comments from our online audience.
Yes, there are. So from Christina to Pablo, she asks, do you think a major problem is what you referred to succinctly as the difficulty of being a creative industry, and having to perform as economical agent. Do you have any clues on how to manage this gap? Can it be related to a difficulty of society, understanding of a societal understanding of what is architecture, which is its value?
No, I think it's easier than that. Is normally what I've seen is a lot of those studies that are doing performing well abroad is that they have a CEO or a person that is not an architect behind them or likes to be that is business oriented more than project oriented, and I think that's what I have seen during my experience, and I think that's something important to be able to mix talent and creative talent with business oriented talent in order to be able to see the opportunities, to be able to have that business plan in order to be easier for you as an architectural study to go abroad.
Yeah, thank you. Philip?
Yeah, I would like to add something. I mean, although I'm an economist, I would say when architects work internationally, there's more to it than just economic numbers, because it's architecture and Baukultur somehow thrive from international discourse. So it's beyond just economic numbers, and maybe sometimes that's what policymakers don't see.
Thank you very much. Lucas, is there another question online?
Please, I would like to add something.
Sure, Madeline, let's switch screens to Madeline. Yes.
Yeah, I would just like to add that it's not a matter of figures or numbers, but more a matter of influence. Architecture is a very strong means of influence, because when you have built something very strong in a country, I can tell you that your country is present. And that's what I wanted to say.
No, absolutely. Well, the soft power of architecture, absolutely. Lucas, is there one more question?
Just a follow-up comment from the person.
And then I'll go to the in-person audience.
Just for information, I think. So totally comprehensive, she says. So the question could be that the problem can subsist mainly in the SMEs. And then thank you.
Okay, yes, well, I think that was the point that you made, that when you get to the big companies like GMP.
Yeah, when you look at the share of revenues coming from different countries, the smaller the architecture firm is, the lower the ratio, and big firms have a higher ratio. So I think the A sector study also gives numbers to it. When I memorize it right, 6 or 8% of architects are somehow active abroad, and when you look at larger companies, more than 10 or even more than 50 employees, then the ratio is much higher.
Yeah, obviously.
So it's obviously small firms have a lot of difficulties.
Yes. Is there anybody in the room who would like to ask a question? Lucas, you want to ask a question, or is that somebody online? Because I just want to go into the room.
After the room, I'll
Yes, I'll come back to you. Room. Room. There. Is there somebody you're taking the microphone to that I haven't seen? No? I'm looking here. Are you seeing anybody, Philip? I don't see anybody. Okay. I'm going to have to go back to Lucas then. No choice.
This is from someone, not from me, from someone online. From Fabulous. To Pablo again. Just a general question about, I think this is just a clarifying question about I6. Does I6 help thousands of Spanish young architects working abroad to become enterprises?
No, that's not our goal, and we don't have thousands of architectural firms also. That would be lovely, but what we do is help those companies that really have in their goal to go abroad do that journey, and that's what we do, and we help them in that journey, because as I was saying before, it's quite expensive, and not everyone, and depends how the domestic market is doing and behaving, they are not so interested in be taking planes every time, because it also has a cost, a personal cost to internationalize yourself. So we help all those companies that want, and also we do the best practices, so the people realize that they cannot rely only on the domestic market, because any crisis could be very bad it could be a really big problem for you as a company.
One final question then to each of our speakers. Pablo, what do you think could be done? One thing at national, European level, perhaps even regional level, to get more architects to export their services. Is there a silver bullet here, nationally, regionally, European level?
I don't have the magical recipe for that. That's a pity. But I think that these kind of meetings and this kind of exchange of good practices is very important. And I think those companies that have succeeded in going abroad and telling how they did it and telling what they did, how they did realize how they have to get abroad, which for example, the Germans go to MIPIM. If MIPIM is a good way to go and do business, or those missions we organize, because every trade organization organizes missions, if they do work or not. But also, I think that companies should be ready whenever they are really going, in our case, abroad and crossing the Pyrenees mountains, if they have the money in order to invest and the capacities to invest in that internationalization process.
Thank you, Pablo. Madeleine, one thing at national level or European level that would encourage architects to export their services more?
Well, there are many ideas I could give you, but I shall give you a very specific and small one, but I think it's meaningful. I think export should not be considered only at the international level. Export is an excellent training for architects, because every time we organize those missions, every time we organize these missions internationally, when they come back, they are richer of something. So I think maybe if they could, those missions we do with business friends and those Spanish architects do with Pablo, if they could be considered as a training and reimbursed in that on that basis, it would be kind of an encouragement.
Thank you. Last word to you, Philip.
You know, I had more time to think about the question and must give a good answer now. One initiative that I find really interesting is an EU-funded project called ArchE that is about architectural design competitions, because we were wondering why so few architects take part in transnational design competitions, and so we want to make it easier and did some analysis, and will set up a portal where you can get information about foreign design competitions that makes it easier to participate, because we would like to have more architects from European countries take part in German competitions and vice versa, so that this might be a small piece in enhancing architects to work internationally.
Thank you very much for that very practical suggestion. And so thank you, Philip from NACS, Madeleine from AFEX, and Pablo from ISEX for joining us this afternoon for our final discussion about internationalization of the profession. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Philip. So we're coming to the end of the day, and we have a Slido question for you. And if you remember that it's hashtag 1234, takeaways from the conference. Yes, everything is possible. That was Tobias this morning, and people have repeated that throughout the day. But please, those are 4 that are in there, but if you could add to those thoughts by going on to slido.com, hashtag 1234, and putting some words in or short sentences. That would be great to see this word cloud take shape. So if everybody, I know we've been joined by some Austrian students too. You've only got the last session to go by, but it would be good to have everybody's thoughts about what came out of this. Indeed, collaboration, working stronger together, I think was something that somebody said earlier, and the learning from each other. Indeed, as we heard also from Joy, from the Swedes who learn from the Kenyans and the Kenyans who learn from the Swedes. And we've got, getting the information, and that's very important, courage. Design by dialogue, I think, was Tobias's phrase this morning, which is what GMP does on their big projects when they work internationally. So, and we've got many, many EU tools that you heard about. They'll be delighted to know that you find them useful. So, as we saw, somebody said courage. So I think that's great that we populated that slide with the amazing overall circularity. Let's go then to the next and final Slido question, which is, if we go to the next Slido question. Which is, we wanted to know, didn't we, whether you changed your mind and now how you saw, were you ready to export? So this is a word cloud, it's not a yes, no, and we've got some people, right, so one person has said yes. It depends how big this survey is going to be. I also encourage the people online to fill it in. Nope, not ready for that. Yes, indeed. That's a very, very honest opinion. You've heard that there's quite a lot to it, but it's not just about the bottom line. It's all about the learning experience too and what you get out of it. Indeed. I feel old. Well, perhaps I could have written that one, but that wasn't me. There we are. It is, we hope, become easier now, easier than when AFEX and NACS first set up. I think the Have a Belgian beer is most probably a key message of this meeting, especially now that you've got your bus ticket to get there, so there's no excuse. So maybe tomorrow so there's still potential there, I think, is what people want to say there. Let me ask then Ruth Shagerman, President of the Architects Council of Europe, to say what her highlights were. Perhaps she would also like to share her takeaways. So, Ruth, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Let's say maybe I'm a bit an old generation. My Slido looks like this. And it really covers already quite a lot what we saw on the responses from the first Slido. To make it very brief, because I think everyone is looking forward to the beer and to the beer experience, so I will not keep you so long from this. I think what became very clear throughout the day today was about the how and the what. How to do it. We got so many interesting insights. For me, it was like a basket full of inspirational tools to be used, and obviously they are not easy because it's also about legislation, it's about regulation, it's about trade agreements, and but I think today this was a huge opportunity to get this overview. What do we have? The overview of the initiatives already on national level, like NACS, AFEX, providing information and support for architects who want to go cross-border and overseas to be engaged in delivering wonderful architecture and urban planning. So I think there was a lot of how. And we also discussed, and let's say the full complex for me was extremely inspiring, because we were also speaking about the what. And the what, for me at the beginning of this conference, was unclear. Are we sharing the same values? And yes, we share the same values. And then the question comes, why are we sharing the same values? I believe that we share the same values because what we as architects are doing is, and I think this is in the best sense of a approach to the people, we are providing, I hope, something good additional for the people. And people are the same around the world. We have needs. We have need of safety. We want to live with our families, raise our families. And this means that the values have to be the same. The needs might be very different out around our different countries in this amazing world which we are living. But the values are the same. And this really encourages me and also gives a bit of hope that we will achieve step by step, and the steps have to be quicker, for a common living environment, not only in Europe, but international, worldwide, and globally. So I'm really looking forward to any further discussion in the nice Bors, also a nice piece of architecture. And thank you for everyone who participated today. And I think we as architects have an important role to play, and we can inspire other people and take people with us, with our ideas, by listening what the needs are and what is needed on the ground. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ruth. So the conference was organised by the Architects Council of Europe, but it was co-funded by the EU's Creative Europe programme. And so for the final word before the beer, let me now ask Tamas Sus, from the EU Commission, from the DG EAC, Principal Advisor for the International Dimension of Policies and Programmes, to say a few words.
Thank you very much for the invitation, also for this kind introduction. I can certainly promise you that my speech will be much shorter than my title, so no need to worry. And another promise which I can make is that, related to this, that I'm the only one standing between you and the beer, so it reinforces the first message. Even more importantly, Creative Europe not yet financing beers, but I will come back to this issue later. Okay, so thank you very much, actually. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, let me thank the Architects Council of Europe for organizing this event, and each of you for your active and engaged participation and dedication, reflecting the Architects Council's strong support to the new European Bauhaus movement. As you are well aware, the new European Bauhaus has a strong focus on Europe, but since the very beginning, it has also actively raised attention beyond Europe and addresses global challenges such as climate change, social inequality, and others, recognizing that these issues require collective and international efforts to find effective and sustainable solutions. Therefore, its international dimension comes as a natural component rooted in the spirit of collaboration and the promotion of a global dialogue on sustainable architecture and design. I was very pleased to see the prominence of the international dimension in your program, and much appreciated the opportunity listening this morning to the exchange of views by the 4 presidents of the architects' organizations from Europe, Africa, Asia, and Latin America. It was a mind-opening experience, with all honesty. I never had such an opportunity, and it was fascinating. So thank you personally, and also the others who were online. I think it was an excellent demonstration of putting 2 important new European Bauhaus principles into practice, the promotion of global dialogue and the global collaboration and inclusivity. In concrete terms, the European Commission's international NEB network, we have 28 official partners outside Europe, while 5 out of 19 members of our high-level roundtable also come from outside the EU. As for the streams of work developed with international partnerships, let me now highlight just 2 examples. First, since the start of Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine, the European Commission and the NEB community has supported the Ukrainian authorities and citizens in their rebuilding and reconstruction efforts to achieve tangible, sustainable improvements on the ground. Second, looking a bit more ahead, according to our current plans, the EU may participate with its own pavilion at the World Expo in 2025 in Osaka, Japan. And if that project materializes, it is likely to be developed in line with the NEB principles, which may give some of you also opportunities. If we go ahead, of course, that will be during the new mandate of a new commission, so we will see how it will materialize. On a more general note, inspired by the Bauhaus movement of the 20th century, this new initiative represents a bold step forward in our collective quest to create environments that not only inspire admiration, but also foster a sense of belonging and harmony with the natural world. Architects bear a profound responsibility to shape the world around us in ways that reflect our shared values and aspirations. That message perhaps sounds a bit pompous, but being here for a couple of hours in the morning, I can feel that this is really the case among the participants and also from the online reactions. The new European Bauhaus offers a unique opportunity to harness the power of design as a force for positive change, driving innovation and social progress on a global scale. By embracing the principles of sustainability, circularity, and inclusivity, we can create spaces that not only delight the senses, but also nurture the soul and protect the planet for future generations. By fostering dialogue, sharing best practices, and building bridges across borders, international networks serve as a catalyst for collaboration and creativity, propelling us forward on our collective journey towards a more sustainable and equitable future. I think the reflections and insights shared today have shown that this conference contributed to harness the full potential of architecture and in general of all cultural sectors as a transformative force for good, transcending geographical boundaries and cultural divides. This is also fully in line with the overall objectives of the EU's Creative Europe program. So in closing, I would like to express my sincere thanks to all the speakers, panelists, and the excellent moderator for their contributions to today's discussions. It was certainly an inspiring event, reaffirming a clear commitment to advancing the architectural profession on a global scale. So thank you again, and I wish you continued success for your future endeavors. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Tamas. Thank you to our online audience. Thank you, our online audience, for giving us such great comments and also questions to our speakers. And of course, thank you to everybody in the room. Passez une très belle soirée at the Beer Belgian World. There's no excuse not to go, unless, like me, you have to get a flight. Anyway, have a wonderful evening. Thank you.